Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Halloween. Good morning. It's Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates.
Good morning, James.
Good morning,
How are you?
Jonathan.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Happy Friday.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Happy
Heather.
Halloween.
Yes, happy Halloween. Here we go. It's time to get all dressed up. I thought maybe one of you guys would dress up.
I wore my Hocus Pocus sweatshirt.
Okay. All right. That's close
my
enough.
costume.
Yeah.
I thought Jim was.
So which are you?
I'm none of these.
I thought Jim was going to show up with his disco outfit.
I know.
With
well,
the,
you know
8.5
he's got
point
his
spread.
Yeah, you know he's got it in his his bag.
I mean, I can make a wardrobe change if you'd like. We
Yeah,
got
no
picks in
thanks.
30 minutes.
Yeah.
You just think they're going to win by 9, right?
Don't encourage him.
Yeah.
The lights are on out there. They're just not blinking.
Lions off a bye. Offense should be humming. We'll get to it. Anyway, John,
Yes.
it's getting cold out.
It is getting
but
chilly.
I don't believe what I heard pre-show,
What's that?
that you still haven't put your heat on.
No, I haven't even considered it. It's not been cold in the house.
40 degrees out.
He has a brand
What's the
new house, so
insulation
maybe
here?
he's
Yeah.
got like some killer insulation. My house is freezing. Even with the heat on, it gets very cold.
As a matter of fact, every morning when I'm up, and so my routine, especially at this time of year, I love fall, and I love the cooler mornings. I get up right around 3 o'clock, and I open up all the windows on the first floor and cool the house down a little bit.
Your
so
house
that
is too hot right now.
for me it is, but it's also it's
Teddy
too
is
warm.
chattering up in his room. Shivering cold.
Now, I mean, okay, little kids' pajamas are very insulating. And he's got blankets. Anyone in the house, if they're too cold, they can put on more clothes.
They're all walking around. They can see their breath. It's fine. Dad doesn't want to put the heat on.
It's usually when I get up in the morning, it's right around 67-ish degrees, what it says on the thermostat. And everything right now is off. So I cool it down so that by the time I leave, it's right around 60 to 62 on the first floor.
Okay.
And by the time I get home, it's usually, 64, 65. Things heat up a little bit. And I can't explain it. I know yesterday, Lisa was baking all day. And so the oven, she actually asked me after, dinner, she's like, does it feel hot in here? I'm like, yeah, it does. So I opened up the windows again, cool the house down. And there has been absolutely no need to turn the furnace on at this point.
You have to be the only person in our listening audience that hasn't put their heat on.
Oh, I highly disagree with you. I think there's a lot of people that are simply waiting as long as possible before they click on the furnace.
Like, I'm not going to call you a liar because I think you're a man of integrity, but this doesn't feel believable that your house is warming up that significantly.
But it does.
I know. That's why
Yeah.
I said I believe you.
And-
it just
and
doesn't
nor-
seem
I
believable.
believe you when you say about the baking and using the ovens like that.
Right.
That really contributes to the heat in the home. So I do believe that it got hot, but
And
I
on
don't
the
know.
days
It's
that
gonna
we
feel
have
a little
had
chilly.
sunny days, like, okay, it is new construction, so we have no shade. And so even the sun will warm up, and we've got some big windows upstairs. We got a wall of windows in the back of the house. Now, the sun doesn't really hit the back of the house. But it will warm it up enough to where even before we put Teddy to bed, I'll open up the window in his room just to cool it off. Because you sleep better when it's cool.
I do agree with
Agreed,
you.
agreed.
Yes, you do.
You live better when it's cool.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't live better when I'm
Now,
cold.
if you ask Ellie, and Lucy will be home this weekend, Jack, like, he doesn't care, right? He's in the basement.
He's a real man,
Yeah,
too.
he is a real man.
Can we get some Tim Allen on the board here? That'd be
6'7".
great.
That's the temperature, right?
Yeah,
See, you're cool.
Yeah, huh? Exactly. Yep. That's what I tell the kids all the time. And I have a meme that I send them every day that's the 6'7".
So I'm lockstep with you on this. You sleep better when it's cool. That's undeniable. And also, the person who runs the hottest gets to control the thermostat.
Yes. and I do run hot. I'm a furnace at night. And so I'll leave the window open like I did last night in our bedroom. At some point during the evening, Lisa will get up and close the window. But it's got to remain. We got to maintain coolness in the house.
You can't adjust the other way. What do you want to do? You want John walking around the house naked?
Nobody wants that. Nobody, especially when the girls come home.
Oh, now don't make it.
No, I mean, no. Like, okay, pants on, but do they want to see me walking around,
Shirtless?
Shirtless or sleeveless? No. It's just like we don't want to see Biff on the sidelines sleeveless, right? They don't want to see Dad at home sleeveless, and so no, it is. You're 100% correct. Whoever runs hottest in the house, as long as it's one of the adults, gets to control the thermostat. Kids don't get a say in the thermostat.
No, they don't.
Zero say.
Really?
No.
Oh,
You have to pay the bill.
Yeah.
The person who pays the bill, and yeah, this is the, goes to both parenting
Right.
thing. Yeah. If you pay the bill, you can adjust the thermostat.
And that's the other thing is I'm waiting as long as possible because I don't
Tight
want to.
ship over there. I mean, I changed the thermostat when I was a kid. I mean, when I was like, your kids are older, not Teddy. Teddy's a child, but like in high schooler, they have no say.
No.
Wow.
My teenage daughter one time put the AC to 60, and woke up the next morning and said, "Ooh, it's cold."
Okay,
Really?
I understand.
And then my wife put a
that.
note on the thermostat saying, "You got to pay the thermostat bill if you're gonna
adjust
You
it.
got to
Yeah.
tell them how, like, teach them the right way of, you don't just turn it all the way down to 60 to get it cooler.
Well, correct. But it is something in the Jansen house that until I don't even know when it's going to go on. Eventually it will. But until I wake up in the morning and it's below 60, no, the heat's not going to get turned on.
The outside temperature right now is 38 degrees. I realize it's not 38 degrees inside your house, but we are into the time of year where people are hitting the button and putting a little heat on in the house.
Hey, and to each their own. But for my own, if you need a sweatshirt, you can put a sweatshirt on. You can warm up. And it's the same thing in the summer.
You're being frugal or what? Like, because I know that he
Well,
just
I don't
referenced
want to
paying
pay the
bills.
energy bill any more than I have to. No one does.
I want to be comfortable. So, like, I am very frequently hitting AC on in the summer, heat on in the winter, all the time. I'm keeping it right around 70, 71 all year round.
Ooh, that's really hot.
I think it's going to depend. If you were in my house, I think you would understand why we have to keep it a little warmer. We have our windows suck, right? There's like a breeze that comes through the windows.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get any sun. We're sitting in this little shaded little bubble and it's cold.
Well,
and
I credit our builder. I think he did. Builder Joe, thank you. Did a great job. It's a tight house. And
I mean, I wish I didn't have the heat on yet.
yeah, I just
Good for you.
just don't need to yet. And I do like it much cooler, especially in the winter.
248-539-9797. Some ticket text from you guys out there in listener land. Sleeping at 65 has proven to be better for your sleep quality. John is right again. Buckeye Johnny and Wixom.
Oh, thanks. This is something that can unite Wolverines and Buckeyes.
John, you're crazy. I have my boiler set to 69, and it's been that way for a month. It's freezing in my house otherwise. I don't even set my AC to 67. Wild. Jimmy on the road. 0% John's house warms up that much every day. His wife is turning on the heat when he's gone. Signed, Frog.
No, I mean she likes it as cool as I do. So we
she
are
tells you.
simpatico.
Do you have the app? Like, can you go on your
I
phone
can.
right now? Yeah,
Yeah.
so you could check in and
Right.
see if it's
Of
been
course.
altered.
What's she doing?
Yeah, John, I was
These
just baking.
kids.
I was just baking all day. It got 5 degrees
Yeah.
hotter in the house. Weird.
Yeah. No, she is of the same mindset because I've talked to her about it. And so to Greg's point, like it's got to be an adult in the house that gets a chance to, and it doesn't matter if you're 18, 19, right? Unless you're paying the bill, you don't get a chance to touch the thermostat. And I talked to her and I say, if you're cold, let me know. I'll close the windows. But to this point, no heat.
Another text. Haven't turned the heat on yet. Just closed the windows last week.
There you go. See, I told you I wasn't the only one. And I think there's a lot of people that are willing to let the house get to 63, 62 before they turn it on because energy prices are no joke right now.
Oh, I get it.
And so I'm waiting as long as I possibly can to flip it on.
I just want to be comfortable in my own house, man. I don't want to have to sit here and fight a degree here, a degree there. Just bump it up, bump it down.
It sounds like John is comfortable too.
I am very comfortable because I am huge on jeans and flannels in the fall. And I want to be able to basically go from inside to outside and not have to, disrobe when I get inside.
Trust me, everybody wants.
Yeah, they
Make
want
sure
me
you
to
don't
be
have
robed.
to disrobe. All right, we got some more ticket texts. Open up the phone lines, 248-539-9797. John is fighting a good fight, does not have his heat on yet. We are going to make picks coming up at 6:35. We've got a follow-up report on Skubal versus the Tigers and the ongoing saga that is whether or not he'll be here long-term. And we will also get into the cookie jar later in the show. Wings picked up a win last night. That and more. It's 97-1. Let me tell you about KG Law. If you're injured in a car accident, you need to call Lawrence KG. That's KG Law, K-A-J-Y. KG Law, one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. And Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. If you, a friend or a loved one, someone you care about, is injured in a car accident, you need to get someone who cares about you. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. Again, that's K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Ken Cal on
Awesome.
the call. Awesome. While you were asleep last night, the Red Wings win in a shootout. 3 straight wins, 2 straight on the road,
Yep.
and 2 goals for Marco Kasper.
And don't look now. Look who's in first place.
How about 8-3 on Halloween? Feeling good.
Yeah.
John's feeling good in his cold house.
Well, it's cooler. But I want to ask a question. In your house, who controls the thermostat? Because generally, all right, there could be some arguments between men and women, right? We have different ideas.
Someone runs hot, someone runs cold.
Sure. And who controls the thermostat?
I don't think anyone controls it. In my house, we just leave it set. If one of us is cold or hot, we alter it, and you don't have to ask permission. You don't need to be the one that pays the bills. It's just if you're uncomfortable, you change the thermostat.
You turn it up warm, and then all of a sudden, Colin looks over at the thermostat and says, "Who set it to 72?"
I think some of it is I'm not that out of sync. Like it's not like Gator and Doug,
Yeah.
who it would be a nightmare if they lived in the same house.
I'm surprised
For many
Colin can
reasons.
reach a thermostat.
Well, he does it through his phone, through the app.
Oh,
Probably.
so he
Yeah.
doesn't
Yeah.
have to get on
the
the
step stool
the
and-
chair.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't have like rules about it. If
No,
you're
me
hot, you
neither.
put on the AC. If you're cold, you put on the heat. It's your house. Be comfortable. And by the way, I did this even when I was in my very first apartment. I'm gonna be comfortable even if it means spending a couple extra bucks.
Yeah. Now, when I was in the dorm, back when I was, my first 2 years of college, I had a roommate, Ed Kaiser, quarterback, walk-on quarterback, and he wanted it warmer, but I controlled the thermostat, and I actually, through most of the year, would have a window cracked through most of the winter, just because it needed to cool off. So it's not something that is new to me.
No, you've always been Captain Thermostat.
Yes.
Ticket Texter says, John, you're what they call a selfish bleep hole. It's your home, be comfortable, but hey, you save $30 a month, John. Way to go.
Well, it is $30 a month. Okay. I'm not going to throw money out the window.
John's house is so insulated you can smell a fart from last week. Signed, Joe.
I mean, they have exhaust fans for that reason.
John's wife is turning on the furnace while he's at work. I'm convinced. Tony in Marine City.
She'd tell you the same thing. She, and there's only time that she complained about it was there were a couple of windows. It was early or late last week that when I left, I forgot to close. And she did get up in the morning and it was like, I don't know, 49 in the house. And so she closed the windows.
The front of my house faces south. On sunny days, the temp can go up as much as 4 degrees during the day. I still have it set at 68. 70 seems extreme, but cookies don't bake in the cold.
Cookies.
It's like part of my morning. Every morning I wake up and it says like 68, and I just doop up to 70 while I'm getting ready, so I'm not cold in the morning. And then in the summer, it probably does sit in the upper 60s. But I have an older house. I think that might be the big difference here too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so new construction is it's new windows, it's new insulation, it's things haven't had a chance to settle too much. So yeah.
Heat doesn't come on till Thanksgiving. My kids 18 and 14 do not touch the thermostat.
Well done. Well done.
John is one of the most interesting people. That's all the ticket text says.
Yes. The Dos Equis guy.
Stay thirsty. What else? 248-539-9797. My thermostat is set at 68. My monthly bill was $85. Sounds like you guys need to ask for a raise. Oh, we got money bags over here. 62 to 64 all year round. Our goal is Thanksgiving before we turn on the heat. Larry and Monroe.
62? I'd be freezing in my house.
It's whatever you're comfortable with. I'm not going to sit there and say, if somebody sets their thermostat to 72 all year long, winter, summer, if that's what you're comfortable with, that's great. On Twitch, P-Wog says, hey, winter, it's set at 66. At night, day is 68. Okay. I mean, I kind of agree with that. Everyone likes it. I would think most people like it cooler at night?
Yes.
I would think so too.
Because you do sleep better.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people run a fan at night too. I mean, just to keep cool breeze going or
I like
keep
to.
some
I
air
like to
going.
have
hate the
blankets too. Like I don't. I like to sleep with a big blanket.
Yeah. You want
So-
to wait.
Yeah, I actually sleep with a weighted blanket.
Do you?
Yeah,
Oh, I've heard that is awesome.
it's awesome.
Time for one call before the news. Sean in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning there, John and crew.
Good morning, Sean.
What's
How
up?
you doing?
Doing good. Out on the road testing a new TRX for Chrysler.
Okay.
There you go.
As far as the heat, I have an Amish fireplace. I put in the center hallway. Heat doesn't come on until December 1st. And even in the winter, I have a fan on and the window opening.
So Amish fireplace. What? Please, I'm not familiar with that term. Is that just a stove?
It's kind of like a space heater, but it's run off infrared heat.
Okay.
And I put it in the center of the hallway, and it keeps my whole first floor of my bungalow house warm.
Okay.
Damn,
There you
that's
go.
nice.
Yeah.
It's cheaper than running the gas furnace.
I bet.
Sure.
Yeah. Sean, appreciate the phone call. Mm-hmm. One other text. John says, I tell my wife to tell me if she's cold, implying even she isn't allowed to touch the thermostat either.
Doesn't pay the bills, can't touch it.
My house. Heather with the news.
So this is interesting and has sparked quite a debate, which I know we're actually going to talk about a little bit later, but there's a Michigan city that is moving Halloween to Saturday, and people are losing their minds. So Marine City varsity football is going to play Clawson on Halloween at 7 p.m. And
Take me back to my junior year. We played Marine City in the college
Did
football
you?
playoffs. Yeah, the Trojans. Let's go, Trojans.
well, about 2 weeks ago, because of that big game, the city decided to move trick-or-treating to Saturday. So everybody can participate. And people, when I say are losing their minds, they're losing their minds. So this
Is it
was
in Marine City or in Clawson?
it says Marine City is
Okay.
moving it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So people online, here's some of the comments that were made when it was posted online. Bah ha 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 ha.
Right. Yes,
It's
they're
fun
laughing.
reading
Yes.
that. Yes. Yeah, we're sticking to the 31st, the actual day of Halloween. Halloween is October 31st. Woke AF. Why would the game not be moved? Absolutely confused, and my son plays varsity. Halloween is October 31st. There's no Halloween on November 1st. Why? That's dumb. October 31st is Halloween. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What a joke. I mean, and it goes on and on and on. People are upset. But then, of course, there's people on the opposite field that obviously think this is great because it does allow everyone to participate. Somebody said,
In both.
Thank you for changing the hours so we can support our students. Double trick-or-treating? Yes, please. And it goes on and on and on. So I know we're going to get into it a little bit later because I know this is not the only city or area that has probably debated moving trick-or-treating.
There's pros and cons.
Yes. The NCAA has handed down its verdict to the sign-stealing saga involving Central Michigan and Connor Stallions. So the Chippewas have been placed on a 2-year probation and fined $30,000 plus 1% of their football budget after determining that in that 2023 game against MSU, Stallions was, in fact, on the sideline for Central Michigan, disguised, right, in coaching gear.
The irony is McElwain is still around the university in an advisor role. Interesting.
Yeah. A 23-year-old man is facing charges after he allegedly led police on a chase through Monroe County into Wayne County after fleeing a traffic stop. Happened on Wednesday morning. Police tried to pull over a U-Haul truck, and the driver fled the scene. So this pursuit started. During this chase, the driver was throwing objects out of the window. Kind of like Mario Kart, just like,
Yeah.
I don't know what the objects were, but we're throwing objects. The chase ultimately had to be terminated due to safety. But a short time later, that suspect crashed into another car. So police were on the, lookout for him.
Yeah.
He ended up running on foot. Ultimately, whatever. He ended up arrested, facing a ton of charges, including, fleeing and eluding, resisting and obstructing, and operating under the influence of drugs.
It does sound like a cartoon. Like, was one of them like
Banana peels?
Yeah, banana peels, or a can of oil. They had oil slick. Yeah,
Turtle shell?
yeah.
Exactly.
Nails.
So today is Halloween, which means kids will be out trick-or-treating later this evening. So here's your last look at Halloween weather. It's going to be a little chilly, but hopefully not rainy. So just maybe layer up if it's especially if they're little costumes, right?
Oh, as we found out, chili's a matter of perspective.
It is, but I would think we would all think that this is a little chilly. So afternoon, obviously they're not trick-or-treating, will be around a high of 52 degrees. But
Okay.
when trick-or-treating starts, temperatures could tumble from the upper 40s to the mid 40s. So it will be chilly, John. There is a small chance for a sprinkle or two earlier in the day, but most of that should clear up by the time the spooky trick-or-treating starts. And so,
Good.
yeah.
We all like dry trick-or-treaters.
Yes.
Yeah, you'd rather it be a little cooler as long as there's no rain.
Right,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, the rain
because
ruins
you want to be able to run
everything.
around and not sweat too much in your costume.
Yeah. Last year was amazing.
It was.
I've never in my life experienced a Halloween like last year. It was awesome.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the picks. Heather, starting to creep back up towards the top. John, a reminder, you want to pick the winning side every week. There seems to be something getting lost in translation. It's 97-1.
Hey, the NBA is kicking things off. We know that it's still an early season, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or you want to ride a hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who's going to score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot of putting down a little and winning a lot. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Picks are back. Brought to you by Shaner Roofing. Heather with the best week last week, 4-3. She was on Packer Island and Vandy Island. Let's get after it. Tom's still in first place by 2 games.
Let's start in Austin, Texas, where the Texas Longhorns are 2.5-point favorites against the boys from Vandy, the Vanderbilt Condors. Costa, what do you got?
All right, here's the thing with Vandy. It's a great story. They've won the last couple at home against LSU in Missouri. Now they got to go on the road. Pavia hasn't thrown for more than 200 yards against a power school in a calendar year. This is an elite run defense. Burnt orange, hook 'em. Give me Texas.
See, I'm going to go the opposite way because I think Pavia, I don't even think he needs to throw for over 200 yards to beat Texas. I don't think he will throw for over 200 yards, but he is the poor man's version of Baker Mayfield. He just makes plays. He's a great competitor, finds ways to put his team in position, and you're talking about a field goal at the end of the game. I'll take the Commodores.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Vanderbilt as well. And it really, for me, just comes down to where it's located. I've never been to Nashville. It's on my list.
It's awesome.
I hear.
Oh.
I cannot wait to go.
Texas is going to hang around in this season just long enough for people to take notice and say, hey, Texas, look at them. They're not there yet. I will take Texas.
Yeah, I like Texas here too, and Jim hit on it, the defense. I think the better defense lies with Texas. I'll take the better defense to win, and even if Arch doesn't play, they've got Matthew Caldwell at quarterback. That's a combination of Matthew Stafford and Jim Caldwell.
How do you argue with that?
To Kalamazoo, Michigan. Is this in Kalamazoo? They didn't move it or some reason. Central Michigan is taking on Western Michigan. Some real college football. Broncos are favored by 4.5, John.
Rivalry game. Is this, Costa, can you tell me, is this a throw out the records type of game?
Well, both teams have good records, 3-1
No,
in
I
the
know.
back. This is
Yeah.
a great matchup.
This is a great matchup. So I'm going to go Broncos. I'm going to go the home team. I just think there's a little bit of advantage. I don't know a lot about these teams and don't really care to know a lot about them.
You just picked Western because I went to Central.
No.
You want to get under my skin.
No. I mean, I don't need to pick Western to get under your skin.
Yeah, I'm picking Western too. I went to Central. Central sucks. Also, Colin went to Western, who obviously I love. And recently I bought Emily a book.
Western or Colin or both?
Well, I love Colin, and he went to Western, so
Okay.
I guess I like Western better than Central. And I was at an estate sale recently, and I bought Emily a Where's Waldo book.
Oh,
which
yeah.
she's loving, and they play at Waldo Stadium.
Oh, okay. So
Fitting.
Waldo
Yeah.
is in Kalamazoo. We found him.
This is the analysis that we go with Heather Park. Sorry to my Western friends. This is strictly business. We want those Greg Pound points for Michigan, who beat Central Michigan. Fire up chips.
I'm going with Western here. Couches will be burning at Knollwood on Saturday.
Ooh, proud to be a Chippewa. Give me chips. Fire up chips, as Jason Benetti will tell you.
Michigan State has found themselves back on the pick sheet. They're traveling to Minnesota as 3.5-point underdogs. Heather.
Well, I really want Michigan State to win,
Yeah.
but I'm not going to pick them. I'm going with Minnesota. I discovered that they basically invented cheerleading, which is pretty darn
Minnesota?
cool. Yeah, that's like where the first official cheer was led during a game.
All right.
Yeah.
They're rowing the boat way back then.
So with Jonathan Smith, the last couple of days or the last couple of weeks and all those covers, I decided to search Backdoor Kings on the internet. Got some interesting videos, and I don't know how that's going to help me, so I'll take the Gophers.
Yikes.
What came up on that Google search?
Not Michigan State football.
This line opened at 5.5. The movement is on the Spartans. I don't get it. Minnesota is 5-0 at home, 0-3 on the road. They're just one of those teams that plays way better. They can score some points against a bad defense. And Magic Johnson called out Jonathan Smith. I mean, it's over. It is over. I'm taking the Golden Gophers.
As much as Magic Johnson can call someone out in a tweet, yes.
Right. Jonathan Smith might not have a burning desire to win, but he has a burning desire to cover. Give me the Spartans with the field goal and a hook.
It's been unbelievable covers the last couple of weeks. But I still don't think that they do it here. I don't think they go on the road. I think the entire team has kind of thrown up their hands. I think that the team plays hard just because they've got pride in themselves. I just don't think that they're coached well enough to win or even cover this, so give me the Gophers.
Greg, you made a note that they're back on the picks. There is internal show strife of whether Michigan State should even be included in the picks moving forward. They need to make a stand. Make your case this week.
Let's go to the big house. 7 p.m. kick. Thank God we have daylight saving time. We're falling back this week. Purdue travels to Michigan as 20.5-point underdogs. Both are good engineering schools. Only one is a good football school. I will take Michigan.
Yeah, Purdue has scored only 88 points in 5 Big Ten games. I mean, that's awful. By the way, when I looked that up, Wisconsin scored 27 points in 5 Big Ten games. Air raid. Think about that. 27 points in 5.
How does Fickle have a job?
Yeah, I know. Anyways, back to the game. I like Michigan here, barely. It's like it's either going to be 27-7 or 28-7. I'll just roll the dice and say 28-7.
Michigan should roll them. I'll take the Wolverines.
Yeah, I'm going to take Michigan as well. Purdue, they don't know how to. I mean, they're better this year than they were last year. I don't know if that says a whole lot. They can't win a Big Ten game. They're not going to certainly win on the road. And I've got 4 Boilermakers in the house this weekend. Sorry, Lucy. This is going to be a tough weekend for you. So I'm taking the Wolverines.
Yeah, I'm going to take Michigan too. I don't know anything about Purdue, but it seems like they suck real bad.
They do.
Facts.
Yes, they do. NFL game. Bears are favored by 2.5 points on the road at the Bengals, Tom.
This is a tough game to pick. Bears do not play very good football on the road. I know they got 2 road wins, but they were both by 1 point, and they've given up points in those games. I did see Joe Flacco practice yesterday, so because of that, I will take the Bengals.
I'll take the Bears in a bounce-back spot. Give me Chicago. Bear down.
This is a tough one to pick, but I think the more Joe Flacco works with that group of receivers, I think he's going to be able to do enough to beat the Bears, so I'll take Joe Flacco and the Fighting Bengals.
Give me the Bears.
Jim, you're going to take the Bears in a bounce-back spot? Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to take the Bengals in a bounce-back spot.
Do they have any fight left? I wonder how much was taken out of them blowing that to the Jets.
Premier game of the week. The Chiefs are favored by 2.5 as they go to frigid Buffalo take on the Bills. Jim.
Short week on the road for the Chiefs, and while they're getting more explosives, Buffalo's defense has put a lid on a lot of those big passing plays. Bills at home. They've been very good in the regular season meetings. I'm with the Mafia.
I am not with the Mafia, and I know that, hey, their defense has put a lid on things, but they will not have Ed Oliver. Daquan Jones is questionable. I just don't think they're able to contain Patrick Mahomes in this offense. Chiefs are playing really good football right now, so give me the Chiefs.
So one of my favorite Christmas movies is Bad Santa. Thurman Merman is the little boy's name, which then makes me think of Thurman Thomas.
Naturally.
Yes, give me the Bills.
How do you know who Thurman Thomas is?
Because of Thurman Merman. There's only so many people named Thurman.
Right. No, but that's like ball knowledge, right? Like Thurman Thomas is a hell of a pull in 2025.
But he's still looking for his helmet.
He's the reason why Barry Sanders only played 1 year in college. Everybody wants to tell you that the Bills are 4-1 against the Chiefs in the regular season. Why is that information out there so prevalently? Chiefs.
I'm with Jim here. I like the Bills in this situation. Home dog. That they have been good, despite what Greg just said, against the Chiefs in the regular season. The Bills are one of the few teams that have been able to put up points on the Chiefs' defense. Give me the Bills. No Pacheco either, by the way.
Finally, to Ford Field, Lions are favored by 8.5 points over the division rival Minnesota Vikings. John.
When I look at this game and I look at Minnesota, okay, defensively, they're still a good defensive team. But offensively, if you're going to go with Carson Wentz, who can barely stand up straight because he's got a shoulder falling off and the whole mysterious ankle injury, JJ's just not ready yet. And I think even though you're still not going to be full strength in the secondary, this is going to be turnover central for Detroit. They might even get a couple of defensive touchdowns, so give me the Lions.
Yeah, let's go Lions. Give me the Lions as well.
Well, the theory I've heard is that Minnesota is protecting JJ from their banged-up offensive line. I will take the Vikings here, getting 8.5 points.
So there's a lot of points in the NFL. Most games are decided by 1 score or less. This is over 1 score. There's just, for me, there's no reason to take the Vikings here unless it's a backdoor cover. Like if this thing's sitting at 31-15 late and they score a garbage TD and cover, it's like it has to be a Jonathan Smith special for the Vikings to cover. So for that reason, I'm taking the Lions.
Goff shreds Brian Flores. They're coming off a bye. There's a lot of vibes about, hey, getting J-Mo going could be a big J-Mo spot. I think the offense has a big day. And John's right. I don't think the Vikings fully believe in their quarterback, at least not right now.
And they certainly can't protect him.
So give me the Lions.
Oh.
Double-digit disco.
They
Double-digit
only
win.
have to win by 9.
I know. So those are the picks. It's brought to you by Shana Roofing. 97.1. All right, Lions fans, listen up. We know how expensive Lions tickets are. Well, 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila and a proud partner of our Detroit Lions, they're giving away Lions tickets to a future game. Go to 971theticket.com, click on the ticket event page for details. Come out, enjoy tequila and a chance to win tickets to a future Lions game. With how expensive the tickets are, you can't miss your chance at this. Don't forget, make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. Happy Halloween. Good morning. 97.1. You made it to Friday. Mentioned we had an update on the Tarek Skubal front. This is from John Heyman, who had the initial report that the two sides were $250 million apart. John, he says the Tigers' offer, hard to believe, was 4 years and $80 million.
Does he give a specific timeline
of when that offer was made?
Right. Because if he's going back to, and I got to believe, if he just says last year, all right, was this offer made before Tarek Skubal won his first Cy Young, before last season, before the 24 season? Because he could be using semantics here.
Right.
And it was made last year. Okay, well, was that in December of last year, or was it in January
of that year? Yeah. John, I guess I don't know if it's true, and I'll stress if it's true, because you know how this is going to go. This is going to turn into a PR battle. If it's true, the Tigers are out of touch because it's a laughably, embarrassingly bad offer for a player of Tarek Skubal's caliber. It's a non-serious, rinky-dink minor league offer.
Okay,
if it's true.
If it's true. All right, so let me ask you this. If it's true that they offered this prior to the season, because what did they do with Cole Keith, right? They gave him the minor league contract and they wrapped him up for 6 years.
Yeah.
If they were trying to get ahead because they knew what they had, or they anticipated they knew what they had, and they were trying to sign him for 4 years and get him wrapped up before he even won a Cy Young, let alone two, do you think it's rinky-dink if they offered it to him going into last year when they didn't have to?
Cole Keith got a 6-year deal. 4's a little weird where you want a guy to buy out 2 years of arbitration in exchange for 2 years of free agency. That's not how things work. And you're going to ask a guy to take well below market value and give up prime years. You wait forever to hit free agency in Major League Baseball. It's been well documented. Scott Boras is your agent. Not even to offer $100 million for a player Tarek Skubal's caliber? And again, all we're getting is what we believe is the Boras Skubal camp.
Right.
The Tigers are more than welcome to leak to any friendly reporters that they'd like to try to counter this narrative, because the narrative looks like they're cheap.
But do they care about the narrative?
Maybe they don't.
I mean, they obviously have their plan in place. And whether that is, hey, we're going to offer them whatever it takes to keep them, or maybe their plan all along was we'll get what we can out of him, and then before he hits his last year of arbitration, we'll trade him.
Is that where your head's at right now?
I kind of think that's where I don't think that the Tigers are going to give him a record contract. And I don't know that they should. And I'm curious as well because it's such a unique situation, and a lot of Tigers fans' minds were, you got to keep Skubal no matter what. And then the 7th inning of Game 5 happened. And I think there's a lot of people that looked at that and said, over one inning, we don't want him anymore. And
right or wrong, I agree with you. I think a lot of people have held that up as a turning point.
And this is where we don't know what is fact. Well, all we have to go off of is the eye contact that AJ looked deep into the eyes of Tarek Skubal and knew before that 6th inning that he only had 1 inning left. Go give us everything you've got, Tiger, and then we're going to take you out. Like, I don't know what to believe.
And I know people have speculated, is this like a behind-the-scenes agreement between the organization and the agent? Hey, you're not going to throw my guy out there for 120 pitches. You're not going to do it before you make a significant commitment to him. I don't know. I mean, it's led people to speculate because it was so jarring. Like, whoa, this guy's pitching one of the great games in postseason history.
And his last pitch was over 100 miles an hour.
And maybe that was the last of it that he had. But you want to go down with him trying to make people swing. Go down swinging with him, throwing, swinging, miss stuff, because the alternative is Finnegan comes in and gives up a hit and a walk, and now you're deep into the bullpen and you give up the lead and you're going into a 15-inning
battle.
Battle, right.
And here, okay, so if he had pitched the 7th inning, we have no idea. Does it play out the same way?
Maybe.
It might.
And if it does, I don't know.
I think we're all looking at it going, I would rather lose with Tarek Skubal on the mound than anyone else.
I don't think people would hold it against him if he came out for the 7th and gave up a couple hits or a hit and a walk and got pulled.
Agree.
They go, all right, he gave him everything he had. And that's what the team has said he did. He gave him everything he had. It just didn't have enough left in the tank to go out for another inning.
So that brings up the next thing. Like, okay, if he doesn't have enough,
is he worth it?
Yeah.
Here's what I think's going to happen. And I don't have any sources. I'm not buddies with Scott Boras or Scott Harris. I think they're going to keep Tarek Skubal for next year, and they're going to play out the season. I think they're going to do enough in their mind to justify keeping him. They're going to add something, and in their mind, it will be enough to justify taking a run at the World Series with him. That's what I think is going to happen, and I think they will lose him for nothing.
So it's a one-shot. So if that's the path you think they go, how much are they willing to spend on the roster this year?
Not as much as we want them to, but enough to make them feel good about it.
I think it sets up for a Bregman-type contract offer to a free agent from last year. So you overpay a one-year deal. One of those free agents that's looking just to pop a big one-season contract and be a free agent still. That's what this sets up for, to keep Skubal. I don't believe this report. I think it's crap.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think Scott Boras, for the second time, has planted something in the last 3 weeks out in the media because he's trying to gear this thing to get a trade for the winter meetings, which are a month away. You're seeing outlandish reports come out. You saw the first one was a replant from last year with the 250 difference.
Right.
You know, he is aggressively trying to get this out there to try to force a trade at the deadline. We have no idea what the Tigers want to do. The only other thing here, if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, is that the Tigers planted this, and they're planning this out there to try to get Skubal to walk away from Boras, which people have done recently.
Cal Raleigh being the latest and greatest example of that. Boras has not delivered on all of his clients the way that he may have promised. Yeah, I mean,
I don't believe that either.
That's some tinfoil to that. But sure, I mean, while we're just a couple dudes talking.
This isn't. I can't believe the Tigers would do this. Jim, you nailed it. It just would be Bush League. Rinky dink is the word.
Right. If he wins a Cy Young award and they offer him 4 for $80, like, no, I don't believe it either.
This starts with him being the highest paid pitcher annually in baseball,
which would be north of $40 million a year.
Yeah,
not
it's like
20.
I don't care who you are, whether you're Scott Boras or Scott Harris. It starts there. He's the best pitcher in baseball.
How about this ticket text? It's from Mac in Detroit. He says, guys, they gave Alex Cobb $15 million. You really think they only offered Tarek $20? Be better, Heyman. This can't be true.
Yeah, and okay, so let's go back to your guy, Ken Maeda. What was he making?
Too much money.
Well, yeah, but I mean...
it was like $11 million, something like that.
Yeah, $11 million a year, and it's a great point. Like, you know, Cobb, who never had one pitch for the Tigers this year, they're going to offer him $15 to entice him out of retirement, and a guy that just won the Cy Young, and we all thought going into the season was going to win another, and probably will. That they're going to offer him $20 a year? No, it doesn't make any sense. I don't believe this report at all, unless they're going back to prior to the season.
Essentially almost 2 years ago.
Right.
Guys, the offer was fake by Scott Boras to start a mud fight, Ben in Ann Arbor. My theory, the ploy is to get Harris to defend himself and say what was really offered to set the floor for negotiations with other teams. Jason at home. Skubal took himself out of the game and the season was on the line. Winners don't do that. He's not worth it. See, that's also, John,
Right.
to your point, part of the swirling conversation.
We want the guy that's going to be on the mound and the AJ goes out and they're screaming from the mound, I'm not coming out. Like there's a confrontation. I'm not coming out. I'm going to be out here to win this game. We saw it with Scherzer. That is what Tigers fans want.
248-539-9797. We got the cookie jar coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. Some Halloween fun. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. With 35 saves on 38 shots, Red Wings goaltender Cam Talbot almost single-handedly lifted Detroit to a 4-3 shootout win over the Kings last night. His performance came against his former team as Talbot spent the 2023-24 season in L.A., where he was named an All-Star. The Wings held a 3-1 lead with less than 3 minutes to go in the final period, but the Kings tied the game with back-to-back goals with an extra skater. In overtime, Talbot thought he had given up the game winner with less than a minute left, but the goal was waved off due to goalie interference. In the shootout, Lucas Raymond scored in the first round. Then Talbot made 2 saves before one last-ditch effort from the Kings in round 3. Now the Wings' other goalie, John Gibson, will go against his former team in the Anaheim Ducks tonight. Gibson spent 12 years with the Ducks before being traded to Detroit this offseason. Puck drop tonight at 10 o'clock right here on The Ticket. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
So do you believe this report? And what if it's true? What does it mean? John Heyman, New York Post. Follow-up report revealing the Tigers' shockingly low offer to Skubal a year ago. Less than $80 million over 4 years. Like, that can't be.
Yeah, I don't believe it at all. I simply don't believe that they thought that this was, okay, well, we'll just go ultra low. They'll go ultra high, and we'll find a happy medium in the middle.
I would ask you and maybe clarify, you don't believe it was the offer when Tarek Skubal was Tarek Skubal.
Right. I believe there's a chance it could have been January of 24.
Which would be
before
last
he
year.
Before he won, and they're just playing on semantics at this point. Yeah, last year they offered this.
I didn't lie. It technically was last year. John, it's as good a theory as I've heard, because at this point, you don't even make that offer. Like, if that's the offer you think he's worth and you think you have a completely different evaluation than the market, don't insult the player.
Yeah, you don't hit send on that email. You don't call and say, hey, I got an offer for you.
So,
hey, well, if you pay to wash your own uniform, we'll let you play for the team this year. Come on.
So if the question is, what was the last offer the Tigers made to Heyman? That could be it. Way back then. Maybe they haven't made an offer since.
Is that a little odd, though, that they hadn't made an offer last offseason?
It would be. Maybe it was just last season.
And maybe it was. I mean,
and
guys,
that's the 250 apart.
Yeah, because if they're offering, this is less than 80.
So you go 80 plus 250, you're looking at 330. You're in the Garrett Cole.
So Boras is like, hey, if they can give me the Cole deal, we'll get done early. And and the Tigers offered 80, allegedly.
Yeah,
boy, that makes them look out of touch.
I'll say this: this offer, there's no way this offer is current.
No.
There's just you're.
No. I
just
have
makes
more
no
respect.
sense.
We may not like what Scott Harris has done at the trade deadline. We may not like the fact that he signed Alex Cobb or Ken Maeda or some of the things that he's done. But I've got a little bit more respect for Scott Harris than to believe that this is true.
So my belief is what I think Boris is panicking a little bit. I'm going to read this right now as Tarek Skubal wants a contract before the season starts. He doesn't want to take the risk of going into his final season and also into a potential lockout, and he wants his deal done. And he has told his agent that, and Scott Boras realizes if I'm going to get him the best contract, it's happening at the winter meetings through a trade.
So how do you do it? You sow
So
discontent.
you start painting the Tigers as idiots.
You try to play into the narrative that they don't want to spend. The payroll's still not competitive enough.
Yep.
They won't take care of their guy. And you try to force their hand. But I don't know that the Tigers are going to blink to the point. I think they're going to roll the next season with Tarek Skubal as their frontline ace and try to take another crack at this. I don't think they sit on their hands all offseason. I think they'll try to add a bat or two. Will it be enough? I don't know. You know, their definition of enough may be different than our definition of enough. But I think they will do, quote, enough in their mind to justify rolling Skubal out for one more season to chase a championship. And then, look, maybe their calculus is if we hit a lockout, it's a whole new world. We're not opposed to keeping Tarek Skubal, but I think it's unlikely they would at that point.
I think the Tigers might even be setting a deadline at the meeting saying, this is it. If you want to trade for him, you got to give us the deal by here. And so what they do is they can be winners on both sides. They can set the market and give us the Godfather deal. Mm-hmm. Or we're not trading them and we're going to roll and then we're going to sign some free agents.
Yeah, we're going to try to win the Central and get a buy and do all that stuff they should have done last year.
They're pivoting towards being in a spot where you either get the home run deal or you don't do it.
Right. And they also tell Boras, here's the offer. We'll continue to talk to you. We're not going to shut off a line of communication. We know what we have. We also know what you're up against.
Let me ask this question. You said they're still going to make an offer. Do you think they haven't then? Because if this is the last standing offer, I think that does raise a question about the Tigers. Do they intend to make, quote, a serious offer to Tarek Skubal before they would entertain trades? Before they would roll into next year with him on the final year? And if they make a, quote, serious offer, I mean, Heyman and Boris can leak that as well. Am I to believe they haven't made a, quote, serious offer on Tarek Skubal? Just if we're having the conversation, is it fair to ask why haven't the Tigers made a serious offer?
I think we might be at a point of no return here. Like, I don't know if they have, Jim, to be honest with you.
But isn't that damning too? Like if we're just playing both sides of this?
Yeah, to a degree.
Is it kind of damning they haven't made a serious offer to a back-to-back Cy Young winner who's the best pitcher in the American League and maybe all of baseball? Isn't that an alternate headline here? Fine. Heyman and Boris are running a PR smear campaign. Okay. Well, where's the Tigers' serious offer? Because if they haven't made a serious offer, that is also a statement.
It's a statement, but if their philosophy is we were never going to give them more than 5 years because they don't want to be bagged by the end of the contract.
Right.
If that's always been where they stand and they're still focused about this 2027 young guy with the McGonagals and the Clarks and everybody else down there, you know, they're having their cake and eating it too, to a degree, by keeping them, right? If they never intended to give them the long-term deal, do you have a problem with that?
Only if they don't win a World Series and let them walk for nothing. Because then it feels like a mismanagement of the player.
That's a game of chess.
Well, it's a
game of
mismanagement of a resource.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, if they don't make any type of offer to keep them and they don't consummate a trade, they don't do enough to win a World Series this year.
It looked like they failed on all fronts.
Yeah.
So I'm not mad if they have a plan. I just don't fully understand what that plan is if they don't do any of the things John just talked about. Trade him, extend him, or try to win with him. Like, got to do one of the lanes at least.
Yeah.
How much of this, too, John, is we got some texts and some Twitch messages about this. They're not connected, but Tiger fans are Lions fans. To watch the Lions organization dump $1 billion into homegrown stars early, ahead of time, without some stupid dance. And then you look at the Tigers, who haven't made to date a serious offer to Tarek Skubal. Like that does play into how people view this.
Correct. And so we obviously can see the plan that the Lions have in place.
Yeah.
What we are left to speculate is the Tigers' plan.
Right.
All
Which
we
is
have to go off of
unknown.
is history. And with the current ownership, the history has been, and whether the team was ready or not, that they haven't spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
So, again, we're left to connect dots that we don't know if we're connecting the right dots or what are the deviations in the middle.
2-ticket text. Why do the Tigers have to negotiate in the theater of public opinion? And another one asks, why wouldn't Harris come out and immediately say a 4-year, $80 million deal is bogus?
Well, because they don't want to then set the precedent. We're going to respond to everything that comes out of the Boris camp. I have no problem with the way that the Tigers are handling it in-house.
They want to do it internally.
Yeah.
I just want to know what the truth is. Did they actually offer an insulting 4-year, $80 million deal? More importantly, when was that offered, to John's point? And counter, why haven't they made a more serious offer since? If that offer's dated, if that's a 2-year-old offer or 23-month-old offer,
right?
Why haven't they made one that is north of $100 million in the last calendar year, north of $300 million in the last calendar year? And if the answer is, we don't think he's that good, he's not worth it, okay, then run your organization accordingly. Don't stay in limbo the way it feels they are right now.
Right.
I think the problem here is term. Interesting, huh? Iserman's about term.
But then trade him, right? I mean,
yeah. So I mean, you
or go all into
you
it
have
with
a
them.
resource, but it's also okay. What does the rest of baseball? What do the other teams believe they would be getting in Tarek Skubal? Do they also believe that we're only going to get a guy for 6 innings?
Here's my stance on the whole 6 inning not going until he gets his contract. That's just the way it is.
Which
Okay,
also sets up a mess for this year. You're going to try to win a World Series with him this year. And
But he can't go over 100
and
pitches?
at 99, he's strutting to the dugout.
Well, if AJ is in a similar situation next postseason and Skubal is in limbo contract-wise and then AJ tells him to go out and he won't, you just cost yourself millions of dollars.
Yeah.
All depends on what the Dodgers think about it, or the Mets think about it, or the Yankees think about it, or the Red Sox think about it.
They did it cordially this time around.
So far, yes.
And Harris is doing the same thing with this. He's never gone on record saying anything specific about this. And I think Boris is feeling the heat, and he's trying to generate something. And I actually think they shouldn't respond to this.
I don't think they should either. They're not going to bite.
I don't think they should publicly respond, but I think they should make him a real legitimate offer.
I don't.
Okay.
I think you set this up to let this thing, to try to get the Godfather deal. I really think we're positioned towards that.
So if
the Dodgers don't win the World Series,
right,
it changes everything for them.
Yeah. Because what's the big thing that has held the Dodgers back?
Pitching.
Right. I mean, it's been, their most reliable bats haven't necessarily been, other than Shohei and Freddie Freeman once.
Look at the Mets collapse. Their owner's a lunatic with money.
Yeah.
Sure is. I got a couple phone calls to get to. We got the cookie jar, and we are going to get to the Lions out of the bye week. 8 o'clock. What are you hoping to see? And some of the quotes about J-Mo from the offensive coordinator. Certainly eye-opening. It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plan with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score Report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone that's going to get you paid. David gets that, and it's your experience that matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, you need to give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We'll get to the phones, the Tarek Skubal conversation, the latest report. John Heyman, follow-up report revealing the Tigers' shockingly low offer to Skubal a year ago. Less than $80 million over 4 years. Do you believe it? Is this like a dated offer from well over a year ago? Is that how you make sense of it? And what does it mean for the status of his negotiations?
How much of 2027 plays into this?
I thought Tom nailed it with a leverage component here. Skubal doesn't want to go into next year on the last year of his deal with a pending work stoppage in 2027. So
not just a pending work stoppage, but we could have a year without baseball.
Yeah, it feels inevitable that there will be some, and it could be extended.
And when baseball returns,
is there a cap?
Is there a cap?
Is the economic situation very different? So I think from a player agent standpoint, there is pressure. Pay us or trade us so we can get paid, so my client gets a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year commitment before bleep hits the fan. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, this only benefits Skubal that this comes out because it makes the Tigers look cheap, out of touch, rinky-dink, minor league, bush league, whatever word you want to use. Is it true? Maybe over a year ago, but then I unpack it and I go, well, why haven't they made a real offer in the last year then? Why isn't there a significant offer to keep Tarek Skubal? And maybe that's revealing in and of itself that this is the most recent offer for them to reference. Well, it kind of tells you what the Tigers think. They're not exactly backing up the Brinks truck to keep Tarek, so it's all in with them or all aboard as many prospects as they can get.
Get yourself ready because this is going to be the story of the winter meetings. I think this thing right now is positioning itself towards being explosive. Yep. And it's a game of poker. It's not a cash game. It's a tournament, and it's the long play. I think the Tigers are long playing this thing, and who's going to call the bluff first?
Let's get to the people. Corey in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. What worries me is there's been reports that Harris is unreasonable in these negotiations. Executives have come out, other MLB executives have come out and said that he asked for the moon and the stars and won't come off these asking prices. So that's my fear, is that he's going to be asking for unreasonable, like the Dodgers will come offer a package and they'll say, well, yeah, but I want Ohtani and I want Mookie Betts. I mean, my fear is that Harris is going to be asking, it's going to be unreasonable in these negotiations. And what also concerns me is that yes, he's done a good job with the farm system for bats, but for arms, they don't have as much as what we used to have. So, if you're leveraging saying, well, we got these kids coming up, sure, for the bats, but for the arms, we don't have that.
Well, there are two young arms I think they're really going to hang their hat on. One's Troy Melton, who had a fantastic finish to the season, and the other won't be there to start the year, but eventually Jackson Jobe. Right? Those are the two young arms they're really going to hang their hat on. They think those guys have stuff. They throw upper 90s to 100, swing and miss. There's a couple arms in the system. But if you want to paint Harris as a guy who doesn't understand markets, I mean, you could look at last year's trade deadline. You could look at the inability to close the Bregman deal. Like, there's ammunition to make that case. And I think Boris is trying to play into that even more so when you see these reports. Mm-hmm. Alex in Lake Orion, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of timing, and I think you have to look at it a little bit of a vacuum in terms of this offer. Let's say that the Tigers did offer this before the 2024 season. So, again, that's before he won his first Cy Young. He still is getting paid peanuts relative to the rest of the league. his 2024 salary was $2.65 million. So they're saying, all right, we're going to pay you $20 million a year as you're an ascending young pitcher, but not the pitcher that he is today. And they're essentially buying out his arbitration years. And you got to look at it like a 2-year, $40 million extension at the end of that, which for an extending young pitcher who hasn't won all the things that he'd won yet is a little bit more palatable. Now, they take it out and they can say, hey, this is a really cheap offer. But if it was all the way back then, I think that's a little bit of smoke and mirrors from Boris and Heyman and all those guys. I think they need to pay him regardless. But I think there's a lot of nuance to this, and timing is the name of the game.
I think that's well said.
Mm-hmm.
Let me throw in one other wild card team. I don't even think it's wild card, but watch out for the Phillies.
Dombrowski?
They've got a lineup ready to win now. Yeah, they need to add a bat probably still, but overall with Schwarber, I think
Harper.
Yeah, and they have a prospect. His name is Andrew Painter. He's 6'7". He's MLB ready. He's already had Tommy John. He has 4 pitches. Fastball can reach triple digits.
We'll remember the name. All right, we got to get to the cookie jar, but first, Heather with the news.
So there's like this big shakeup going on for YouTube TV subscribers. Get ready.
Yeah,
so
John.
as of this week, the platform has officially lost access to all Disney-owned channels. So that means no ABC, ESPN, FX, or obviously the Disney Channel.
And I don't know if I had my head in the sand. I didn't know that this was on the horizon. I woke up this morning, had my cup of coffee, sat down, wanted to watch Sports Center to see what went on last night, maybe catch an update on the Wings game, see some highlights, and nothing.
Yep. So this all comes during this contract negotiation. The contract talks between YouTube TV and Disney kind of broke down, and it was reportedly over how much YouTube TV would pay to carry Disney's lineup. Obviously, a huge deal for sports fans because it's football season, right?
So, like for this weekend, College Game Day, Vandy, Texas,
Yeah.
Georgia, Florida, among others, Monday Night Football.
And I think some of this is, I got to believe some of this is Disney/ESPN forcing consumers to pay for their new app.
Probably.
That's 100% what I believe this is.
Oh, that's a leverage point for them. Absolutely.
Sure. But I mean, it's okay. How long does this last? And are you willing to say, you know what, I can't go one day without my Sports Center or College Game Day or a weekend of college football? I'm not going to change anything.
Yeah. YouTube TV does say it's trying to get the deal done as soon as possible. Also has promised, I don't know what the time frame is, but has promised to give subscribers a $20 credit if this goes on for an extended period of time. I don't know what that extended period of time means,
Right.
but you could get some form of credit. CMU football just got hit with an NCAA penalty, and it's all tied back to the Connor Stalions sign stealing saga. So Central has been put on 2 years of probation, has been fined $30,000 plus 1% of the football's the program's budget. Obviously, this comes after it was confirmed that Stalions was indeed on the sidelines
No
during
kidding.
that. Yeah, who was that guy? Of course, it was him during that Michigan State football game last season. The NCAA is also punishing former coach Jim McElwain as well as the assistant coach Jake Costner.
How do people decide their code name? His code name was Matt McClellan. What? Yeah, that's what he went by
That's wild.
to get in. It's like Ron Mexico. Those that kind of like, how do you pick that?
There was no
What
reason
would your
to
guys
do
be your
this. It was
code name?
stupid.
Yeah. A woman is suing SeaWorld after she claims she was hit in the face, you guys, by a duck while riding one of the park's roller coasters earlier this year. Yeah, this woman, Hillary Martin, says that she was riding a roller coaster when a duck flew into the path of the coaster, hit her in the face, knocked her unconscious.
Oh, boy.
What?
Yeah. In the lawsuit, she says she suffered permanent physical injuries, disfigurement, and mental pain and suffering. And she says SeaWorld failed to keep its premises in a reasonably safe condition and that it did not warn visitors about any dangers regarding
ducks.
at the park. She's seeking more than $50,000 in damages.
So you know how you see presentations and they warn you about things and you go, oh, something must have happened to somebody. So now we're going to have to hear about, be
Yeah,
aware of flying
yeah.
ducks when you get on the coaster.
I mean, I guess if you're in that front seat, right, you're in the front row of a roller coaster. I know when I've never been to
Yeah.
SeaWorld, but been to Cedar Point, been on roller coasters. I mean, there's times when like the bugs will
Yeah.
get real bad right by the lake, and it's the
Sure.
ugh.
Yeah, to that point,
But I've never-
Jim, it's. I mean, you see the disclaimers on
Yes.
on some like fishing hooks, like these are not edible. It means somebody did it.
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
Maybe they just wanted a bite of the fish right there. Got the hook. I don't know. How does
what's it
one
like
eat?
for a fish?
Yeah,
Oops.
yeah. Let me try. Finally, authorities in Paris have arrested 5 new suspects connected to the whole daring theft at the Louvre earlier this month. So in total, 7 arrests have been made. But the thing is that the jewels themselves have not been recovered. They're still missing. And experts warn that if they're not recovered soon, most likely these thieves will dismantle them, recut them, and they'll never be found
Recoverable.
again.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
I wonder if they'll be found tonight.
It could be. I don't know. Yeah, there might be used as a costume.
Weather with the news. All right. We have the cookie jar coming up next, and there are some Halloween questions, that and more. It's 97.1. Let's be honest, nobody's planning for a new roof. Always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel overwhelming. So I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have to skimp on the quality roof that you need, and you don't have to stress about that upfront payment. So here's the thing. Shaner's not a fly-by-night company. 4.9-star Google rating. You can look this up. I'm telling you the truth. Thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, the craftsmanship, and the customer care. And that has been solidified over years of doing this the right way. If your roof is leaking, aging, or you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. mymichiganroof.com/0. That's mymichiganroof.com/0. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. All right, it's the Cookie Jar brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Mostly Halloween questions today and a few curveballs. We'll start with an easy one. Should Halloween always be a Friday like it is this year? Kind of like Thanksgiving is always on a Thursday.
No. Halloween is October 31. It should remain October 31. And I understand, like, there's a lot of teachers that are going to disagree with me because if it's on a Tuesday, Wednesday with all those kids coming in,
Hopped up
lunch
on
bags
sugar.
with sugar, and I mean, like, okay, it may make it difficult for a day, but no, it should always be on the 31st.
Heck yeah, let's have it always on a Friday. It's so much more fun. Now, I don't know the whole reasoning, and this could maybe change my mind. Could you tell me why it's on October 31st?
I'm sure there's some
I'm
significance.
sure there is, but I do think maybe we should
Tradition.
can we just keep Halloween can be on October 31st, but trick or treating be on a Friday. I'd even take a Saturday. It's so much more fun. You don't have to race home. I mean, on Friday, you have to race home from work to get your kids in the costume before trick or treating. You can stay up late. Parents can enjoy it a little bit more.
Oh, so you want to make it observed on Saturday?
Or Friday's fine, but Saturday would be cool too.
I'm going to say no. Look, trick or treating's done at 9 p.m. It's not a night out on its own. Yeah, I will say it should not be on a Friday. It should be the 31st. I like
For a
that.
4-year-old, 9 o'clock is a night out
a
on
rager.
town. Yeah.
Yeah, those years with the young ones,
Yeah.
5, 6, and under, those got a little rough, especially working this job. I will say this: I'm going to go with Heather here, but and the reason I just say no to maybe Friday is because of Saturday and the fact that you get the extra hour, so you combine it with daylight savings.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, but if you
But
do
then you
it,
can't dress up for, well, you could still dress up for school, but I like the idea of Friday, everybody goes in their costume, and then that night is trick-or-treating. I would make it on a Friday every year.
the conflict with football will be there on Friday. It will be there on Saturday. And if you make it the 31st, okay, yeah, this year it lines up with Friday night football. So people will deal with it in however they want to.
Yeah,
but
make a choice.
I don't want to make it every single year. You have to figure out how to deal with going to high school football or watching college football on
See,
Saturday.
that's why I actually put it on Saturdays, because I think high school football should take priority because this is a kid thing. They probably have siblings that are older. Like, what if you're a family tonight and you've got your oldest son playing high school football or cheerleading, daughter, and then you've got one that's 10 and wants to go trick-or-treating?
Well, mom
Yeah.
goes with one and dad goes with the other, probably, right? I mean,
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's 'cause we're in that situation. Jack is going to be on the team tonight, and they're playing. Yet Teddy's 4, and we want to have a great Halloween party for him, and you're trying to juggle both.
And you're not going to get Jack off the team.
what age did you stop trick-or-treating?
This is a while ago, and I'm trying to remember. I think it was right around 15, 16.
Whoa. You were trick-or-treating in high school?
Oh, sure.
I think I might have went trick-or-treating my freshman year in high school. Might have been my last, so I'd say like 14 probably. I think.
Yeah, because I remember running around Clawson. It's great in
Free
Clawson
candy?
because the
Come on.
houses are so close together, and a vast majority of houses are participating in it. They all know
course.
everybody and know what, so it was more of, I think the community accepted some older kids running around,
but
and
Kids could be doing far worse.
Oh, I'm
Let
sure-
them trick or treat.
I'm sure they could, but John probably looked like a 40-year-old at 15. He probably had facial hair, and he was probably 6'3".
yeah. So no, I did not have facial hair. I still struggle with full facial hair, but yeah, I was obviously a bigger 15-year-old.
Heather, what age?
I think 14. Freshman.
Yeah, 7th grade, I'll say.
Oh, wow.
I'll actually take it to 16. Once you have your license, you got better things to do.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
I was done by middle school, so 6th grade.
Oh, middle school?
Yeah, too cool to trick-or-treat at that point.
She
Yeah.
missed out.
Yeah, boy, were you off? Too cool.
We got an F, Marry, Kill with Halloween, Thanksgiving, and Christmas.
Oh, this one's easy.
Super
I'm
easy.
going to kill Halloween. I'm not a huge fan. I do it because of the kids, but I'm going to marry Thanksgiving by far. Hands down, my favorite day of the year, my favorite holiday. It is awesome. And then I'll F Christmas.
Oh,
Jolly good time.
Yeah.
Mine's quite opposite of yours. I'm going to kill Thanksgiving. Get rid of that. It's
I
my
knew you were gonna
least
say
favorite
that.
holiday. I don't need the food. I don't need the stress. Get rid of that. I'm going to marry Christmas.
You want to talk about stress? Christmas is loaded with stress.
Not for me.
Stress for months.
Not for me. I love everything about Christmas. It's comforting. It's warm. It's cozy. It's like you're like the most committed to Christmas as a holiday. I'm going to marry Christmas, and then I'll F Halloween.
I will marry Thanksgiving. It's a 4-day weekend with lots of food and lots of football.
Yes.
I will F Christmas, and I will kill Halloween. It's nothing against Halloween, but somebody's got to be
Right.
third.
That's right. I agree.
All right, I hate this because my favorite holiday is Thanksgiving, and I love the fact that I believe the day with your family and all the traditions are way better than Christmas because there's no gifts. I love that Thanksgiving isn't about gifts and presents. Okay.
Yeah.
From a spiritual perspective, I'm not going to say what you want me to say in terms of Christmas. So I don't know what you want to call
Christmas
that,
is
but
second?
that's just, yeah.
You're gonna marry Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Christmas is second.
Christmas is second from the day perspective.
Okay.
Interesting. All right, I'm going to kill Halloween to the point that it is third of three here. I like Halloween. I would marry Christmas, and I would F Thanksgiving.
Okay.
How do you feel about trunk or treat? Love or hate? It's taken over. Some people think it's even bigger now than the actual trick-or-treating.
I'm not a huge fan of it because part of and I'll go back to talking about Clausen a lot today. There's so much interaction that happens between homeowner and trick-or-treaters. And now as a dad that's walking around, you get a chance to talk to the homeowner. Oh, you know, Teddy went as Santa Claus last year and Lisa's mom made and Ellie made his costume, and every time he would go up to the door, oh, I love, your costume. Yes. And then, we would talk to him about it. And I just love that interaction more when it's a trunk or treat. It's just, it's a process more than an event.
My situation with trunk or treat is kind of complicated. I used to hate it. I used to feel just like you. However, I am now starting to really love it. I do think they're oversaturated. There's a lot of them. But my kids have so much fun. Another day to get into their costume. I do think it's a little too much candy. I would love to see somebody use the money that they use to decorate the trunks and the candy and maybe just get a fun little DJ for the kids. Let them just dance and party. That's all. I like that it brings community together. Our library does a great one. The kids all get books when they go. It's really, I enjoy them. So I'm going to say love.
Yeah, play the hits, Heather. Give them candy. I will say love. Not really love, but in a binary world here, 1 or 0.
Good, bad, you say good.
Yeah, so provides community, provides another option. I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the trunk or treat. It's too much. Halloween has turned into this thing that there's no meaning behind it. We just sat there a few minutes ago. What does it even mean? Or is there a reason why it needs to be on October 31st? It's it's just an extra production made up by a bunch of millennials.
Well, here's where I think it does have a place. I'm not just going to throw it out, but I mentioned Jack's playing tonight. Teddy wants to trick or treat. They offer, because it's huge tailgating at Jack's high school, they offer a trunk or treat leading up to game time.
I love it.
So families that are involved with both, if you want to, you can still participate in both.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend it as a millennial. Not a huge fan of the trunk or treat. I like the door-to-door, Halloween. What's the costume? The community of having to go to each of the homes in your neighborhood. That feels more like community than we all went to a parking lot.
Okay, but we're not saying get rid of the traditional trick-or-treating.
It takes away from it. The main event should be the thing.
It is.
It waters it
It
down.
is.
When
Keep
you
the
do
main
I don't
thing the
think
main
it does.
thing.
You're doing 4 or 5 trunk or treats. Last question, and this is based on something that happened to me. So, ordered a pizza last weekend. They dropped it off at the wrong door down the street. I went down and got it, picked it up, took it home, ate my pizza. But it got me thinking, how long would that pizza have been sitting there before it's fair game for that person to take it inside and eat it?
I'm not eating it at all. If they drop off a pizza at my house and I don't know, I didn't order it, I'm not.
Leave it? You throw it in the garbage?
Yeah, I would leave it there for a while in case somebody,
Like me, walked
like
up and grabbed it.
walked up and grabbed it. But no, I'm not. Somebody leaves a pizza at my house. I get too many questions.
How long till you throw it away? Half hour? Hour? 2 hours?
I'd probably wait till maybe even the next morning.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Let the
it
squirrels
could
have
sit
at
there
it.
for
Yeah.
days. I mean,
You'd leave a pizza box sitting on your
how
front
would I know
porch?
it's there? I don't ever use my front door.
Oh.
I leave like delivery packages sit there for days. It would sit there. I would never eat a pizza that I did not order or any
Yeah.
food.
About 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's fair game, about a half hour.
I'd be 15 minutes. I'd be like, okay.
Well, I'm glad I got there quick enough.
They haven't called this. They haven't tried to correct the situation within 15 minutes. Like, John, I understand why you wouldn't eat it. Like, you got people out there that don't like you.
Yes.
I don't think I have that many.
No enemies.
Your public profile is just a little bit larger than mine.
Yeah. I don't know what's in that pizza. I'm not touching it.
Fair enough.
Spartans.
Yeah. Buckeyes.
That's your cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. And if you're looking for a stylish SUV, you can lease a new Buick Envista or a stunning new Buick Encore GX for just $229 a month. Both are exceptional by design, and that's a great deal. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets the final price based on due at signing amount of $3,569. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit is required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
Oh, we have the Halloween scholars on our ticket text. It's 97.1. Happy Halloween. Happy Friday. Lions off the bye week. We're going to get to that coming up here in a second. What do you want to see? Some quotes about J-Mo from John Morton. Maybe a big J-Mo game coming up. Ticket texters. The 31st is All Saints Day Eve, known as All Hallows Eve.
Yeah, All Saints Day is Saturday.
Yes. If your crew would bother to do any research, you'd find out why Halloween is on October 31st and must remain on October 31st.
I mean, of course, I could Google it,
Sure.
but
I like how you said it. You want trick-or-treating to be
yeah.
that Friday or Saturday.
Yeah. I mean, still keep Halloween on October 31st, but let the kids go out and trick or treat on the weekend.
We've been to no less than 5 trunk-or-treats with our little ones this year. They'll trick-or-treat for maybe an hour and a half tonight, call it a season. Halloween night isn't as crazy as it used to be. Well, yes, because of the trunk-or-treats.
Right.
That's what I was saying. It's watered it down.
It's going to be crazy at our house. We're pumped.
Yeah, it's going to be big at our house.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, I can't wait to see Teddy and his. He's tried on his costume, but he is dying to be in his costume. I can't wait to see him in it. We're all, having a party for him, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Emily gets to wear makeup. She's pumped for that.
I do like the door-to-door trick-or-treating a lot more than I like the trunk-or-treat. And I do think it has taken away because there are a lot of people that won't leave their light on because they're out trunk-or-treating somewhere else.
Right. Or they're at a high school football game tonight.
It could be a high school football game.
Texas Marine City is a true football town. Second time they've had to do this because Halloween fell on a football Friday. Rich in a car. What is it, like Lake Odessa? We got like the Permian Panthers here. I didn't realize we had like shut down the city.
Marine City's big
Is
football town. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boobie Miles, the second place for him.
And he can pass. One more ticket text. Here's a great future cookie jar question you guys can answer today. Is it fair or foul to drink at a high school football tailgate?
Fair.
It's a tailgate. I think it's fair. It's just a matter of how sauced you're going to be when you go into the game. That's where I think it starts to turn foul.
Yeah, don't turn belligerent.
Yeah.
But if you want to sip a beer at the tailgate and you're 21, go for it.
Right. No debate.
Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know if there's going to be a fight about that.
No.
All right. Well, the JMO stuff, we can get into that.
Yeah. So it was said yesterday by John Morton. He came out publicly in the comments that he told JMO inside their facility at Allen Park that he failed him.
It's a strong word to use.
It is.
He's also the guy that hyped him up before the season, so that may be some of it.
Yeah, going to have a breakout year? Sure.
After he already had a 1,000-yard season. What is a breakout year? Well, I don't think many people thought he'd be sitting here with under 300 yards at the bye week.
Right. And when you're looking at the offense, and the offense has been good.
Yeah, 30 points a game, number 3 in the NFL.
Right. Could it be more dynamic? And this is kind of obviously on the heels of some of the conversations we had this week, surprisingly so, about JMO and the contract. $30 million a year. Expecting more.
Yeah. Well, then people get into the semantics. Well, the deal hasn't kicked in yet, so
you're not really paying him that? No, okay. You are. You signed the deal.
It's all silly. I think we can all agree we want JMO to catch 1 million touchdowns because they're fun highlight plays. He's an explosive play waiting to happen, and it's fun to see him sprinting down the sideline, leaving everybody in the dust. Yes, everybody wants to get JMO going. I didn't love these quotes, though. Like, I don't know why you publicly say this. I get privately, you pull him aside at the bye and go, dude, hey, my bad. Like, I'm letting you down. I need to get you the ball more. But when you say this now publicly, you're making it an expectation. Like, I don't want to feed JMO at the expense of winning the football game. I don't want that to now suddenly become this thing you got to do on a given week. It should come in the flow of the offense. I currently don't have an issue with JMO's numbers.
Well, and I like JMO's comments when he was asked about this. He was basically saying, I'm not buying into this. To me, it's all about the win. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's
I saw the
essence of his comments. And that's all we've heard. Now, some of this was exploded after the last game, and JMO had a couple of tweets. It was Jordan crying and somebody lonely,
like a sad guy on a couch or something.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So I took that as JMO trolling everyone else. Not just, but
because publicly he has thrown no stink. I mean, he's had ample opportunity at the microphone to be A.J. Brown,
right,
and give me the ball. Mm-hmm. Hasn't repeatedly stressed, hey man, I want to win.
Right,
that's the priority, winning. Like, John, if they were 2-5 instead of 5-2, then you start going, well, I can help us win. Give me the ball.
Yeah.
But when you're just doing your job, you're blocking on run plays, you're clearing guys out on the deep plays, you're catching the ball when it's thrown to you. You had a big catch against the Bucs that got taken back because of the I didn't think it was a push off, but he makes the plays when the ball's thrown to him, right? That's the job.
And is he being overpaid as a decoy?
Sure.
Okay, you could make that argument, but I don't think he's being overpaid as a decoy because I think they genuinely want to get him the ball, and he is opening up the offense for a lot of other players to get the ball because of the one special skill that he has, and that is being like his. We talk about the superpowers, and we know what the superpower is for Jahmyr Gibbs. We know what it is for Aiden Hutchinson. We know what all these are. We also know kryptonite, and so the one superpower that J-Mo has is speed.
Can't teach it. We'll play the audio from Morton coming up next. And we want to know from Lions fans, what do you want to see from this football team out of the bye week? And maybe it is a big game for J-Mo. Football coverage presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. In Los Angeles last night, the Red Wings barely survived a 2-goal comeback from the LA Kings. After leading 3-1 with less than 3 minutes to go in the third period, the Wings gave up 2 goals with an empty Kings net. In overtime, LA scored on the power play with less than a minute remaining, but the goal was waved off. In the shootout, Lucas Raymond went first for Detroit. That would be the only goal of the shootout as Wings goalie Cam Talbot made 3 saves to help Detroit pick up the win. They now face the Ducks tonight at 10 o'clock right here on 97.1. Pistons guard Asar Thompson wrote a piece for the Players Tribune last night titled 9-5. Thompson details his entry into the league, suffering through losing seasons, and finally bringing playoff basketball back to Detroit. YouTube TV officially dropped ESPN last night after parent companies Google and Disney failed to reach a streaming agreement. Google is accusing Disney of trying to push digital consumers to platforms it owns, like Hulu plus Live TV. From Google, quote, "This decision directly harms our subscribers while benefiting their own live TV products, including Hulu plus Live TV and Fubo. We know this is a frustrating and disappointing outcome for our subscribers, and we continue to urge Disney to work with us constructively to reach a fair agreement that restores their networks to YouTube TV," end quote. Google said it will offer customers a $20 credit if ESPN and other Disney-owned content remain off the platform for an extended period of time. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
Hey, real quick, John, what are you going to do about that? You're a YouTube TV guy, right?
Yeah.
Are you going to get an alternate subscription for the weekend?
Well, so I do subscribe to the whole Disney, Hulu, ESPN trifecta, and so I'll be able to.
You'll just go through that.
Okay. But it's such a pain in the butt. And I woke up this morning, like I do. I go through my routine. I got my cup of coffee. I sit down before I put on one sock and shoe. Put on the other sock and shoe. I'm watching. I want to know what went on after I went to bed last night. No Sports Center. And I thought, that's weird. Because normally if you're a YouTube TV user, your most common ones pop up right away.
Yep.
And I thought, well, I'll just go to the guide and scroll down through, because I have set up how I want to scroll down through all the NFL Sunday tickets. I'm like, wait a second. Where's ESPN? It's gone. Like, I had no idea that's how I was going to wake up this morning. And maybe I missed some type of news bulletin that this was coming.
They've got basically all the big games in college football this weekend are on ABC, ESPN, family networks, including College Game Day and then Monday Night Football. So it's I don't think you're getting a solution quickly.
Yeah.
You hope you get one quickly, but man, tomorrow, have to figure it out.
Yeah, it's like a game on Peacock, right? You got to go to a different app now.
Yeah.
And it's because you want to see what's going on all the other channels.
So you may do like people who aren't you, they may do a trial of Hulu or ESPN Plus this weekend if they want to watch their game.
Yeah, and hopefully hopefully they have one of those 7-day trials and
Yeah.
settles in 7 days.
All right, so there's that for people. You heard it in the update. Lions coming off the bye. What do you want to see from the Lions as they get back after it against the Vikings?
Well, some of it is J-Mo. Like, I'd like to see him be a bigger part of the offense. I don't think it's a necessity to that he has to have 4 targets or 6 targets, whatever the number people want to set on it. But it goes to the offense. I want the offense to be more consistent. And I want it to be what we saw against Baltimore, what we saw against the Cincinnati Bengals, because you can say whatever you want about their offense. They do a nice job of pressuring the quarterback. Maybe Cincinnati doesn't do a great job of not letting you score points, and neither did Baltimore throughout the course of this year. But I wanted the offense to look and feel like that against Minnesota.
The last 2 games the Lions played, the offense left something to be desired.
Mm-hmm.
They only scored 7 points in the second half against the Chiefs. And against Tampa, they left so many drives stalled out at the middle of the field. Yeah, I think the offense is the emphasis. But I don't think it needs to be an emphasis on J-Mo. Like, I don't think you need to script him 2 or 3 touches on the opening possession or require Goff to take 2 or 3 deep shots in the first half. What I don't want to do is get in the business of trying to feed a player who's not even publicly complaining to prove some point about breakout seasons.
Right.
Like John Morton said he's going to have a breakout year. Statistically, he's not. Don't force it, because, John, if he catches 2 balls for 12 yards and they win by 2 touchdowns, I'm not going to have anything to complain about.
I've talked to a lot of offensive coordinators as a player, and then also, you know, on this side of things, because I have some relationships with them, and I don't like coordinators that calls plays to make a point. It does a disservice to the team if you're sitting there going, "Hey, you know what? This defense, they're not great against the pass, and for 4 quarters, I'm going to keep hammering that we have to be able to throw the ball. We should against this team." No, if the game plan changes after the first quarter, after the opening drive, and you're like, "Hey, they're not stopping this run," then let's run the damn ball until they do, and then we'll come back and see if we can get some of these other concepts going. I don't, and a lot of times you hear that and feel that from young coordinators. I'm a little disappointed to hear this from John Morton, simply because I don't see him as a young football mind.
Yeah, you don't want to get into the game plan, and Minnesota's playing too high shell coverage.
Yeah.
And let's say they're winning on the edges and you can't even set up the deep shots. Well, there's plenty of other opportunities to exploit the defense. What you don't want to do is like publicly declare that this is the way you have to move the ball.
Right. So, okay, he can make this public declaration. Hey, I did you a disservice. I failed you. Now it's a matter of what does he call while the game is going on. It doesn't mean he's going to call the game this way.
No, but now if they don't get him involved,
oh, sure,
it's
there'll
just
be
gonna
people
lead to
up in
more-
arms.
I
I
know,
don't
it's
care.
stupid.
Yeah, just come away with a good win.
Thank you. But my point is you could do this conversation to J-Mo one-on-one. If you personally feel like, hey, man, I think you are a huge part of this offense and we haven't seen it, and I am going to dial some stuff up for you. But when you publicly put it out there, it just felt unnecessary. I don't want to turn this into a bigger deal than it is.
I thought the comment could have been, well, sure, J-Mo, you know, if the question is, do you feel like you could have got J-Mo the ball more, or you should get him the ball more? I would just say J-Mo is a game breaker. We would love to get him the ball more.
Every
it just
week.
hasn't played out that way. Or we get if we get our shot to go downfield, J-Mo's going to be the guy.
Well, let's play exactly what he said, just so people understand. This is John Morton.
What's the problem with that?
Well, he couched his comments a little bit like, hey,
Yeah.
we had some of those things called, and whether it was maybe Goff just didn't see him. Okay, you don't see 100% of the field 100% of the time.
We had the one game with the drops.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Or it could just be, hey, we had him wide open, but Giovanni Manu gave up a sack or a pressure.
Yeah.
So me reading into all this, I think Morton is talking about like the short game with JMO. I think they're using him too much in an intermediate and deep routes, and they've neglected the potential end arounds that JMO
smoke screens,
they're
things,
not utilizing JMO's speed in the short game.
Get him on a crossing route and just let him run away from the defense with the ball in hand.
So they need to they've gotten a little bit away from play calling or designs for those type of plays. And the failure is that he's not using his speed. They've got to, just like Gibbs, they've got to.
But is this a non-issue?
I kind of think it is.
That's not, again, I'm not trying to turn this into an international incident here. It's not a big deal, but I just don't want to see them. Well, now we got to run an end around and a smoke screen and a tunnel screen and a mesh route. And if he doesn't get the ball, then we're failing him. Go ahead and fail him all the way to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying?
Well, exactly.
Punish teams only when it makes sense. I view this as, look, I hope he catches a touchdown this week. It should be more about, hey, coming out of the bye week, we're going to just keep running the offense to what the defense gives us because it's a pick your poison. And there will be weeks where JMO has 100 yards. Might not be this week, might not be next week. Maybe it's Sunday night in Philadelphia. Maybe it's a month from now. Maybe it's on Thanksgiving. It's going to happen. Like, project confidence. It's going to happen, but we're not going to force him the football.
I agree with that. You don't do that, and he's got to keep defenses honest. That's his biggest contribution to the offense, I think, is maybe he's not getting open because they're keeping a corner and a safety on him. What's that open up for Laporta or St. Brown? That's why you see the
or Gibbs. Gibbs has been a big pass catcher this season.
Yeah, so he stretches the defense. That doesn't show up in the box score, does it?
No, it doesn't. And that's the other thing. JMO is an unselfish player. When you watch the way he blocks, the no block, no rock, I mean, he's taken to that. This team runs the ball. He embraces the physicality. And yeah, it's not like you see him running a deep route and then throwing his hand up in the air and pouting on his way back to the huddle.
And you see protection breakdowns happening quicker this year. Yeah. You've seen Brock Wright involved a little bit more than we have, especially last year. Why is that? He's being brought into the game to help block, but he'll leak out and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot to this, but I wouldn't be surprised that, the Lions have utilized the hook and ladder a couple times, and maybe that's something that's coming, like a short route to St. Brown and JMO comes flying off,
Well, yeah, I mean, JMO and Gibbs, I mean, the two things that they have in common is they're super fast, and it's so much fun.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Greg in Detroit. Greg, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. It's always a lovely show. The fact that we have not been using JMO to the fullest, now we're having this conversation. And not only are we having a conversation, but we're overloaded in the conversation. Now we're saying, well, do we have to do this or do we have to do this? And the only reason we're having this conversation because we haven't been doing this. Here's a one cylinder that hasn't been able to been utilized to explode in. And that's why I made the bold prediction that I made at the beginning of the year that I would figure that we would go undefeated because of what the coordinator stated, that he's going to have a breakout year. Well, to me, that was a one cylinder that the Lions motor hadn't been using to the fullest was JMO. He's going to open to the top. When we played San Francisco a couple of years ago, he had 3 touchdowns. So we're not using JMO enough, and now that we're talking about it, now you want to over-accentuate that we have to use him greatly now. No, we have to use him, period. And that is why you guys are having a conversation and saying the words that you're saying, because we haven't been using it. And I'm not saying let JMO dictate the game. No, the defense dictates the game, but you have to get him in there more because he's
I guess
not
what I'm
getting
saying,
any younger.
well, okay, but what I'm trying to point out to people is it is a week-to-week league, and it's been a week-to-week league for JMO. So let's just snapshot in time. The last game he played, he caught 0 balls. He was only targeted twice.
Right.
Now, he did have the catch, and it was a push-off, but whatever. In the stat sheet, he's targeted twice. The week before, he was targeted 7 times.
Right.
Week before that, targeted once. Week before that, 8. So every other week, he's been fed a steady diet of targets. It's almost like week to week, situationally, he's going to be lined up for big games. And, John, maybe this is a big week for him based on the way the Vikings defense chooses to play coverage. Mm-hmm. But that's what should dictate whether JMO has 7, 8, 9 targets or a couple big plays.
And you're also able to, out of bye week, like there's a lot of great benefits of a bye week. One of them is players get rested, players get healthy. Another one is, like we had talked to Dan Campbell about, you get a chance to go back and review how are players performing? How can we better help some of these players? How am I performing as a coach? A lot of the coaches, in fact, 100% of the coaches are going to be a little bit introspective during that and say, what could I be doing moving forward that is going to be better for my guys? As a coordinator, what am I doing and evaluating his play calls? How could I be better? They have that time. This is some of that introspection that you're seeing.
Some good ticket texts. We got some good guys on hold. We're going to get to those phone calls next. 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and by now you have probably heard me rave about my new hot tub from Beninati Pool and Spa. It is a total game changer. You walk out into your own backyard, and it's like instant vacation mode. So if you've ever been thinking about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Beninati Pool and Spa will make the entire process a breeze. You walk in, they're educated. They're going to help you pick the perfect hot tub for you and your family. Then they're going to deliver it, install it. And for me, they've been there to help with maintenance as well. They handle everything. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who are going to give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. Plus, if you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. So go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Talking about what you want to see from the Lions out of the bye week, and a lot of the conversation has shifted to J-Mo. Comments from John Morton saying, I failed him. They want to get him the ball more. Just don't force it. That's my thing. Just don't force it. Because every other week he's had a healthy dose of targets. Let the defense dictate. Don't let getting him the ball take priority over moving the ball. Because, John, out of the bye, I want to see this offense get back into a groove. You know, I felt like that Bucs game, they're kind of disjointed. They weren't very good on third down. They left a lot of points on the table. And then Kansas City only had the one touchdown in the second half. So the offense is the spotlight spot. And I expect them to have a big day against Brian Flores' defense. Mm-hmm. Goff has consistently won that matchup. Some ticket texts. Guys, J-Mo is a more expensive Christian Watson. Similar play style, similar numbers, similar games. Both good run blockers, too. One makes significantly more money than the other. Another says, J-Mo, Shamo. They never should have upped his contract. How about this one? I'm in my 60s. The Lions have never been good enough to nitpick anything. Now we're nitpicking, and it's awesome.
Yeah. That is the thing, too, is, all right, if we didn't have the production of Amon-Ra St. Brown or Jahmyr Gibbs, if J-Mo was your number one receiver, and a lot of teams he would be.
Yeah.
He's just not here
like
right now.
Philly, they can't get A.J. Brown the ball. He's their number one.
Right.
So it creates a different conversation. Let's get to Steve in Birmingham. Steve, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. One quick point, and then I'll hang up and listen. Over the last 2 years, we got contributions from Josh Reynolds and Tim Patrick. I predict coming out of this bye week that we're going to see more of Isaac TeSlaa, more of the game plan, and I think he'll open it up for the other guys as well. Thanks a lot. Look forward to this weekend.
I like that phone call. It's kind of the okie doke. Everybody's looking over here, and you hit them over here. Young players out of a bye week, get your feet under them. TeSlaa, maybe he has a big day.
I mean, sure. It's when you look at Isaac TeSlaa and how he's being used as a rookie, it's a little bit different than Amon-Ra St. Brown because there was no other receiver that you were looking at to lead the path as a rookie.
So he got fed the ball.
Well, he got fed the ball, but he also has, okay, let's just look at his rookie season in terms of Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's got games of 1 catch, 2 catches, 3 catches, 4 catches, 4, 5. And there's other ones. Okay, I'm looking at the splits. Minnesota, he's got 17, but that's through 2 games. Green Bay, 11 through 2 games. Chicago, 10 through 2 games.
That's involved, yeah.
It's involved, but there's also games in there where Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't get the ball a lot, but you get towards the end of the season, and all of a sudden now, hey, he's got a touchdown. He's doing these. It took time for him to get involved in the offense as a rookie. TeSlaa will be a bigger part of this offense moving forward, but he's still a rookie.
Yeah, just to bring it full circle, I want to see the offense look good. Maybe that's TeSlaa. Maybe it's St. Brown catching 4 touchdowns. Like, I really don't care if J-Mo gets going or not because I'm not concerned about J-Mo because I don't think there's a problem with J-Mo. I don't think he's a bad locker room guy where if you don't force him the ball, it's going to turn into some kind of huffing and puffing. He's going to have a big game or 2 or 3 down the stretch. Whether it's this week or not, I'm not really concerned.
No. I'm not either. I don't have that level of concern. Would we like to see him get the ball more because it's fun and it's exciting? Yeah.
He's fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fast guy run fast with football fun. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a high school football team has been knocked out of the playoffs, but not by another team or by a game, but because of basically the calendar. So Grand Rapids Sacred Heart had to forfeit its opening playoff against Mendon because the two couldn't agree on when to play. So the game was scheduled to play on November 1st, which is All Saints Day. Sacred Heart wanted to play on Friday. Mendon wanted to keep it on a Saturday, as tradition goes for them. And because they're 78 miles apart, according to MHSAA rules, if competing schools are further than 75 miles apart and can't agree on a date or time, the game must be played at 1 p.m. on Saturday.
Oh, and they're choosing to forfeit rather
So
than
they're
play the game.
Yes, because they don't want to play on
On All
Saturday,
Saints Day.
All Saints Day. They're choosing to forfeit. So Sacred Heart did inform Mendon of its forfeiture on Thursday morning.
It's a bummer
That's
for
too
those
bad.
kids. I know.
Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of what they're all saying. It is like everyone, the kids worked hard to play and they were excited to play. And I think everyone involved wanted to play, but
Yeah.
just couldn't come up with
Couldn't play on Friday.
the right time to play, which is such a bummer. Let's see here. Things are going on. You might have woke up to some bad news if you're a YouTube TV subscriber.
I did.
Yeah. Bummer, right?
Yeah.
YouTube TV and Disney basically are at odds. They cannot come up with an agreement. So none of Disney's channels, including ABC, ESPN, are now on YouTube TV.
Right.
You cannot access them. It's all about contract negotiations, and they cannot seem to come up with a solution. YouTube TV says that it is trying to get the deal done as soon as possible, and it has promised subscribers a credit of $20 if this continues to go on for an extended period of time.
Whatever the $20, is that going to satisfy people? Their bill's more than $20 for cable,
No.
right? So if they miss a big weekend of their teams and their games, the $20, I don't know. I'm not a YouTube customer. It kind of feels like a slap in the face.
An 80-year-old woman was found dead on a Great Barrier Reef island after she was accidentally left behind by her cruise ship.
Oh, this is wild.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
this woman, Suzanne Reese, she's from Australia. She was on the second day of this 60-night luxury cruise, right? The ship had stopped at Lizard Island. She had scheduled a guided hike with other passengers on the ship to go to like this beautiful mountain lookout, right? Well, during the hike, she apparently started to feel just not good, right? She started to feel unwell, a little sick, and she was instructed to head back to the ship, but said, you go back by yourself, you head to the ship, everything will be good. Well, apparently on her hike back, didn't realize that the ship had left her there. It was about 5 hours that had went by before she was declared missing. The next day, her body was found just kind of off the hiking trail. It sounds like she fell, maybe fell down a cliff or a slope and had been injured, and she passed away. So now this whole tragedy is under investigation. And her daughter is quite vocal about being quite upset with this cruise ship. Like it's not like your big Carnival cruise, right, where there's thousands and thousands of people. It was very small, only like
Just so I
100 and
understand,
some.
her issue is that they should have done like a head count before they left.
Yes. Or
Because I know
maybe
with a
this
lot of these
guided
cruises,
company.
it's like, hey, if you miss it, it's on you, right?
Yeah, this
I
only
don't
had
wanna be callous,
120
like, this is-
people on
okay,
it. So it's
yeah.
a very small, I mean, it was a 60-day cruise. And maybe the cruise ship working with, it was a guided hike. Maybe she's mad that the cruise ship left without making sure everybody was on board.
Okay.
Which
I get it. Yeah.
I'd be upset too.
Of course.
Goodness gracious. Hey, there's a new study that basically says the key to success is morning sex. Yes, sex in the AM, it says, enhances employee productivity and helps you score work perks like pay increases and promotions. So the study says full-time American workers who have sex before work in the morning have the highest levels of productivity, task completion, focus, motivation, and job satisfaction. Plus, nearly 1 in 5 American workers who partake in the morning sex said they've received a raise in the past year.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean,
Science. Can't argue with
And
that.
this is good for you, John, maybe.
Oh.
Gen Xers are having the most morning sex out of any age group.
yeah, unless you leave the house at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, I know. Our job isn't
We are at a
like
disadvantage here.
conducive to that.
Yeah.
But
Hey, are you awake?
Halloween, obviously not Christmas, right? In forms of like gift giving and things like that. But it's not cheap. You're still going and buying costumes. You're buying candy, things like that. Trunk or treats, right?
Is that why you like the trunk or treat too? Because if you're going to buy the costume, you may as well get 3 or 4 uses out of it.
A little bit, but it's also seeing the joy on my kids' faces. Like she is so excited to put on that costume. And we went to one trunk or treat. We're not going to 10, right? We went to
Yeah.
one, and the weather was beautiful. It was perfect. They had a petting zoo. She got to see a camel and little cow. Like it was so
Yeah.
much fun. She had a blast. But yeah, that's part of
How
it.
many toes does camel have?
John.
But
You
anyway,
never miss a beat.
the point
What's
of
the
my
cost?
story is that a lot of people have found a way to stay under $50. 73% of Americans say they've spent less than $50 this year, including treats, costumes, and, festivities. 32% say they've spent nothing. They're Grinches.
Have you spent more or less?
Can you be a Grinch at Halloween?
Way more. I've spent way more
Just
than
say.
$50. I've got 2 kids in a costume. I just bought Colin a costume yesterday, and I spent more than $50 on his costume alone, plus the candy.
The Bill on
Sure.
Capitol Hill costume might have been approaching $50 by
I
itself.
believe it was. Costumes are expensive.
Heather with the
And yours
news.
was just homemade, eh?
No, but it's a very simple costume. Let's get to the picks. That's coming up next. The picks on 97.1.
Hey, I've got your tailgating must-have this season. Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're both absolutely delicious and available in convenient variety 8-packs. Now, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and my favorite part, 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ all day long. Look for the can with the sunset stripes and ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I gotta tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Sun's coming up. Happy Friday. Happy Halloween. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates this morning. A little bit of a Scooble conversation to get into in the 9 o'clock hour. I'm going to give credit here. I think Tom may have cracked the code on what's really going on between Scooble and Boris and Harris and the Tigers and why we're seeing some of these headlines. So 9:18, tentatively. We'll try to get into that there. I want to make some time to talk about this debate that's going on about high school football versus Halloween.
Yeah, it's a tough one tonight. If you've got someone, and I'm in this situation, Jack is going to be on the team tonight. He's got pulled up to varsity for the playoffs. I want to be there. Teddy, and we had made these plans even before we knew Jack was going to be pulled up to varsity. Obviously, he's 4. He's got his Batman costume on. He's got music class this morning. He is fully outfitted, and he has been looking forward to Halloween for months.
And 4 is such a fun age because they're getting into it so much. I know Emily is pumped.
Last year was the first year that he would go up to doors. Yeah. And it was still, he had the death grip on my hand as we went up there. This year, I think he's going to be, completely quote unquote independent.
Sure. He's going to go up on his own.
Yeah. And so we put together this Halloween party, as I described earlier in the week, where Lucy and her friends are coming back for the Purdue game, but they're going to participate in the Halloween party. Jack and Ellie are participating. My parents are participating. Lisa and I are all in. And
by the way, your couple's costume sounds awesome. I know you don't want to give it away on the air because it's a surprise.
Well, they're not listening now. They're all in school. So we're going as the group that made the heist on the Louvre.
Yes.
And so we're going to be all in black.
Jewelry thieves.
And I'm going to have the construction vest on. And Lisa got, all of this is, like cheap costume jewelry, right? But we're going to be bedazzled, basically.
Bedazzled.
Carrying this around. And for her, she's going to wear the black stocking cap. I'll have a black stocking cap on. The crown that she got is one of the, thieves stole.
The crown jewels.
It doesn't fit my head. So that one I'll carry, but I'll have a stocking hat on as well, and I have the I call it the Batman mask, where it just covers your eyes.
Ski mask.
Well, it's not a ski mask. It's just it just goes on top of your eyes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and so she's gonna be wearing sunglasses. So we're all in on this. Anyway, we're forced with. I want to take Teddy trick or treating, yet I want to be at the playoff game that Jack will be on the sidelines for.
So you kind of wish his team was in the spot that Marine City has been in, where the city has. So this was in Heather's news.
Marine City has decided to change the day of trick-or-treating. Actually, add a day. They're not taking away today is trick-or-treating, but they're also going to add Saturday as the trick-or-treating
for those
day.
that are at the game, because it's a community event.
It is. And people, though, are
not
loving it at all. People are not happy about this. They don't want to see it change. They want to keep Halloween on Halloween.
Yeah, but they're not changing it. They're just adding a day.
Well,
It
that's
does
what the
change
people
it.
in support. It does change it somewhat.
It's
You're not
going
going
to
to
water
get
down both days.
Sure,
Yes.
but more people can be involved,
Sure.
and we want to make sure that we have full
Okay.
involvement.
If it happened in your city, are you handing out candy on both days?
Well, if it would happen in my city, then if we had the opportunity to trick or treat on Saturday, then we would be all in on the game and we wouldn't be at home.
So you wouldn't give out any candy Friday night.
Correct.
Right. So it would
Right.
water down the Halloween
Exactly.
experience
Sure,
for
yeah.
all the people who aren't going to the high school football game. And there are more people not going than going in most cities.
Yes.
Now, I wasn't aware we had Lake Odessa, the Permian Panthers here,
Right.
but apparently Marine
Well-
City, they are a football. The whole city's going to shut down.
Oh, yeah, it is. And this is high school football. It's small town football. And when you make the playoffs, now it's not as special anymore as it used to be because more teams make it, which I like. I like having more participation for high school football players because a vast majority of them will be their last game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's small town USA. And so here's what, and so Jack goes to Catholic Central. One of the things that they're doing, we just got this email this week because it is Halloween as well as the game, and they want people to not miss out on both. They're going to do a trunk or treat at the tailgate. So all of the little siblings, brothers and sisters, can come. They'll still get their candy. They'll still get to participate in quote unquote trick or treating.
They're not going to get the door to door.
No, they won't. But it's a way to accommodate the families that want to be there for their sons that are playing in the game.
It's happening everywhere. So we actually had somebody, you know how we talked about neighborhood like Facebook pages or neighborhood groups? Somebody in our neighborhood reached out to everyone in the group and said, hey, how would you feel if we switch our trick-or-treating to Saturday? And it was handled politely. There wasn't a lot of negative comments, but the person who runs the group basically said, I understand. I'm sorry, that your kids might not be able to be involved, but trying to switch it to Saturday and get everyone on the same page is very difficult to do.
Right, because not everybody's going to be paying attention. I wouldn't be paying attention to the community app.
So it was put on the kibosh. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Trick-or-treating is going to be tonight.
So we want people to make the call. How would they feel about moving Halloween to Saturday to accommodate high school football? It's what Marine City's going to do. Some people love it. Some people hate it. How do you get everybody on the same page? The answer is you can't. Because for as many people that are going to go to that high school football game, like you're going to go to Detroit Catholic Central, the city of Novi, life is still going to go on. There's still going to be trick-or-treating. So you can't. You're kind of cheating it both ways there.
You are, and I understand the people that, they want to keep Halloween on the 31st. They want to keep it on Friday night. I get it. They don't necessarily want kids showing up at their door or ringing the doorbell on Saturday night because they participated when it traditionally happens.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I put out the candy the night before. I sat on the porch the night before. Now you're shaking me down for candy a second day? That's not how this works.
Yes.
248-539-9797. If people have creative solutions, thoughts on it, you make the call. We'll get to it next, 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. After a 4-3 shootout win last night, the Wings are in Anaheim tonight to take on the Ducks. John Gibson will be in net for Detroit against the team he spent a dozen years with before being traded to the Motor City this past offseason. Puck drop at 10 o'clock right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions taking on the Vikings this Sunday after 12 days off. That's at 1 p.m. from Ford Field. Catch it here on 97.1. Detroit could be getting some players back as Al-Quadin Muhammad and Taylor Decker participated in full practice yesterday. Dan Campbell should provide more updates on the team at 11:15 this morning. If you're going to the game on Sunday, make sure to get there early and get your Amon-Ra St. Brown Bobble Butt giveaway, as the Lions are giving away a limited number of figurines that recreate the star wide receiver's headstand touchdown celebration from last year. ESPN and YouTube TV officially divorced.
Bobble butt?
It's a bobble butt.
Not a bobblehead?
Well, his head can't bobble. It's on the ground.
So the butt bobbles.
The butt literally
Spring
bobbles?
is at his hips. And his legs.
Bobble butt?
It's a bobble butt.
His butt wobbles?
Bobble, 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 bobble.
Wobble, baby, wobble.
Wow.
We all looked around and had to
Shake
say
it off.
something. Anyway, go ahead. Continue the
ESPN and YouTube TV officially divorced last night after failing to reach an agreement by midnight. YouTube TV is currently the largest live streaming provider in America with an estimated 10 million customers. Hulu Plus Live TV, which is owned by Disney, has roughly 6 million. ESPN and ABC are set to broadcast 12 ranked teams on college football tomorrow and Monday Night Football for the remainder of the year. Detroit/Michigan team should be okay. They're not set to be on ESPN until the Pistons on November 26th and the Red Wings on January 3rd. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or visit Odyssey.com.
I think Gov cracked the case on this Scooble stuff, the headlines and what's really going on. We'll get to it at 9:18.
Hold on, I'm trying to find a picture of the
bobble butt.
I saw the picture. I didn't realize that the butt bobbled, though.
Is that a bad thing for you?
Oh, no. I've got nothing against a bobble butt, but I never heard it
hilarious.
described that way.
So it is his lower body. The spring is at the hips. And so you can see the spring there. So it's his whole lower
Oh,
half.
it's not just his butt.
It's not just his
It's
butt.
his legs
yeah.
and his feet as well.
Yes. But I'm not sure.
It's like a bobble trunk.
What else? Bobble
Trunk.
trunk, but it's not his trunk.
Well,
The
I
trunk
guess.
is waist
Is
up.
it waist? Oh. Oh, okay. So what's the bottom half called?
The
Your lower half?
The lower half. But you can't say the
Bobble
bobble.
butt's probably the best way to describe it. He did a good job.
That's
Brendan
hilarious.
Shabath.
Yeah.
Tonight is Halloween. Tonight is also a lot of high school football playoff games. And this is something that Marine City has dealt with before. They've decided to split Halloween over 2 nights and make Saturday night a night for trick-or-treaters. John is dealing with some of this as he has a kid on a high school football team in the playoffs tonight and a 4-year-old that wants to go trick-or-treating. Heather, you mentioned community Facebook pages where you live have been debating, do we move Halloween? How do you handle this? 248-539-9797. You make the call. Let's get to Ron in New Baltimore. You're on 97.1. Ron? Ronald? All right, I'll make the point you were going to make. He says just move the football game. He said just move the football game.
Just move the football game?
Play your football game on Saturday.
Easier said than done, I would imagine.
Well, but hold on. What's easier? Moving an entire holiday where the entire community is already expecting to give out candy on Friday night, or moving a football game? The football game's easier.
I don't know how easy it is. That's
well,
why
you might not be able to move it,
like
so you're just going to have to live with and come up with a mechanism where you could do both, like the trunk or treat.
What would be the argument not to play it on Saturday? The other team's going to veto it?
Well, it could.
The field's not going to be occupied by somebody else, is it? It's your high school field.
Why
well,
have it
I mean,
scheduled
maybe
on a
I don't know
holiday?
what other sports are. Is soccer going on right now? I'm not familiar with.
I think it would be odd to have a Saturday high school soccer game. There are youth football, but I know most programs are done already. They ended last week.
Yeah, what would be the
but they're in the
conflict?
playoffs.
But they could move. What would be the conflict?
Yeah, play the game at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Or
I agree
4
with
o'clock
you.
on Saturday.
Or 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock on Saturday.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You move the football game. As much as we love sports around here, there's a whole people in the community that could give a rat's crap about a football game.
Yeah, they're not going.
But
They
care
never
about
would go.
trick or
Yeah.
treat. I mean, there's people that don't watch the Super Bowl. More people don't watch the Super Bowl than do. You know, it's a big deal. I'm not trying to diminish it.
Right.
But if you move one, you move the game.
Right.
Yeah, but high school football is supposed to be played on Friday night.
There's plenty of
How many
play on
CC
Saturday.
games are on Saturday? I mean, they end up playing playoff games on Saturday as the year goes on, don't they?
Well, I know last year they played the
Like I remember
one of their games on Saturday. Yeah, because they played it in Troy.
It happens.
It does happen, yes. But if you have a chance, if you're given the option, I think most high school football coaches and most high school football fans would play on Friday. I'm not saying that you're right. It would be easier to move a game versus a holiday.
Every household in the city shifting their plans and buying in and all being on the same team, because what you end up doing is some are still going to do Friday, some are going to do Saturday, some are going to do both, some are not going to do either.
Yeah. Well, Tim may have the explanation as to why it's on Friday night. Line 3.
Oh, line 3, Tim in Flushing. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys, and Heather.
Good morning.
So, Michigan High School Athletic Association, they schedule all the playoff officials, and they schedule all the playoff games. I wonder if somebody's reached out to them and said, hey, you guys knew this Friday was going to fall on the 31st. Did you think about making it Saturday the 1st? That's our answer right there.
They would have to have been proactive, yes.
Right, but if you're talking about scheduling officials, and I know that it happens all season long, but there has to be a certain level of officiating the high school football games. Would there be enough if they were all played on Saturday? Would there be enough officials to go around?
Well, and beyond that, those officials that qualify for the playoffs have to meet certain officiating requirements.
Sure.
They have to have officiated so many games, has done so many years, and certainly there's rules meetings that they have to attend and everything that goes along with qualifying to do the playoffs.
I would think, and look, people's lives are busy and complicated. I imagine the officials would want Friday night to trick or treat with their kids and then work the game on Saturday. Wouldn't that also benefit the officials to move the game to Saturday?
Unless they get a chance to officiate a game Friday night and then officiate a game Saturday. They get the double dip.
Oh, the double, yeah.
And it's quite possible that I'm just saying that I think the answer may lie with the MHSAA. I wonder why if somebody's reached out to the MHSAA and say, hey, do you guys think about this? I'm quite sure they did, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah, they probably did as well and just said, hey, sorry for the conflict. We're just going to have to
just deal with
live
it.
with it. Yeah,
yeah, but no other cities.
It doesn't happen every year.
But no other cities moving Halloween besides
that
Marine
we
City.
know of.
Yes, Marine City's in the headlines. They're moving their Halloween
Because it was officially moved. Like some cities
city.
might be just like neighborhoods might do it, like mine tried.
Approached
right,
the subject.
Yeah, so maybe like little neighborhoods will switch it, but I don't think whole cities, there's any other whole city that has said
just Marine City.
We are moving it.
High school football capital of the state, apparently. They love their high
Hey,
school football more than
I'll
everybody
defend
else.
Marine City. It is a great town, and they love their high school football. They always have a very solid team.
They did this in 2014, too, by the way. This is not the first time they've moved Halloween because of high school football,
Right.
but they're the only one. So we ask you guys, like, is this something we'll see more of, or are they the outlier? What would you want to see happen in your
And
community?
first of all, go Trojans. Let's go.
They're playing Clawson today.
Yeah.
Andrew in Tecumseh, you're on 97.1.
Good morning.
What's up?
So I'm kind of in the same situation as John. We have our one son. He is being brought up for varsity for the playoffs. So it was like a last second. We didn't know if they were going to make it. They had a win the last week. But they're playing Divine Child. Their administration reached out to ours, and they're actually inviting all of us to go trick-or-treating around their neighborhood.
Okay.
I have two younger kids, 6 and 10, and we're weighing the option, and we're just going to end up splitting up. I'm just going to go to the football game, and she's going to stay home. But I thought that was a very nice gesture on Divine Child's part to invite all of Tecumseh families to trick-or-treat around the neighborhood, around the stadium.
Well, because most of the games don't start until 7 o'clock, trick-or-treating, typically 5:30 or 6 is when it starts. You could trick-or-treat for an hour and then hit the game.
Yep. They're actually moving the game time to 7:30 to actually open up a little bit more time.
Okay.
So
Because I think sunset is 6:30, so yeah, you could, if you move back a half hour of game time, you could squeeze it a little more.
Well, I think we're just happy with the little one staying back. It's a little over an hour drive for us, so the little ones will be fine. But I was hoping that they were going to move the game to Saturday, just for this one year. But I do understand, especially if you talk about officials and things like that. But I'm really proud of them, so I want to go to the football game.
Yeah. Andrew, I'm with you. It's kind of what we're doing. We're doing a little mixture of both, and I was not wanting them to move. Talk about situations for one. Obviously, I'll be working on Saturday, so if they moved it to Saturday, I wouldn't get to go.
Right.
So
depending on no, it's an all day thing for you. Yeah. This text says, John, CC's going to slaughter Heartland. Just go to next week's game.
Well, okay, so Jack is a freshman, moved up to varsity.
In a blowout,
if they
he may
slaughter
play.
him, maybe he gets in for a rep. I'm not counting on it. I don't know that happens, but
a couple guys get hurt, and they look down the bench, and
that's what I told him. I said, you stand there on the sidelines, you cheering your team on, and you keep that helmet strapped up because you never know if they say, "Hey, Jansen, get in there." You better be ready to go. Because I'm going to be up there. I'm going to think they're going to be talking to me.
I can feel you getting excited for him as you say this.
High school football is my favorite level of football. And now that Jack is involved in it, I am so excited for every single moment of high school football.
Some more ticket text, 248-539-9797. Halloween should stay on the 31st. In life, you have to sacrifice some things. The trunk or treat may be the happy medium. Can't move the game. Those are set by the MHSAA, Landon and Waterford.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm not going to sit here and say, well, football runs the world. No, it's asinine. But I will say I like what they're doing. And I think there are probably, I only know what CC is doing. I'm sure there are other ones like Divine Child inviting Tecumseh to come and trick-or-treat in their neighborhoods. There are other programs that are going to do the same thing where, hey, if we're going to tailgate, then let's incorporate both.
Life is about sacrifices. Who cares? You have to choose. Can't appease everybody. Halloween stays on the 31st. Game stays on a Friday night. You make your choice.
Okay.
All right.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to disagree with it.
That's what most places are actually doing.
Yeah.
Most games aren't being moved. Halloween's not moving in most communities. Aaron, you're next up.
Yeah, I'm a high school football coach, and I just want to talk about one thing is the home team gets to choose what day they get to play. I think the MHSA kind of dropped the ball on this one for the Jansens of the world, the high school football fanatics. They could have mandated, hey, we're going to play games at noon, we're going to play games at 1, we're going to play games at 3, we're going to play games at 5, play games at 7 on Saturday, and have the high school football fanatic bounce around from game to game to game. Because as a high school football coach, I don't get to trick or treat tonight with my 6-year-old. So that's one of the experiences that I lose out on in her life.
Yeah. Aaron, where do you coach?
I'm at Livonia Franklin. We're playing at Dexter tonight.
Oh, okay. All right. Good luck.
Thank you very much. It's going to be a good game. Let's hope.
Yeah. Go for it.
That's a rival. I'm not going to root for them.
Livonia Franklin
guy. Yeah.
Oh, come on. You're not going to even vote for the city?
I'm just messing
of
with
Livonia?
you. I'm just messing with you. My mom taught at
We're
Livonia
not
Emerson,
really
which fed
sure
into
that-
Livonia
yeah.
Franklin. I know plenty of people over at Livonia Franklin.
Yeah, we're not really sure that you grew up in the state of Michigan anyway. You
like
keep
to
feeding
dispute that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you've never been anywhere.
His answer, I've only been in Michigan, right? So it only supports that.
No, you've never been anywhere in the state
I
of
didn't
Michigan.
go to Bronner's. That's what it always comes back to. I think Aaron made a great point. Saturday, you can move football, you don't move Halloween. Let's get to Jim in Wolverine Lake. Jim, how are you?
What's Bronner's? I love that. It'll always stick in my head. I would think I was going to chime in with the last few people. You don't move stuff. I mean, it's like participation parenting. Like, I want my kids to have everything. Life is going to deal you some cards that you're not going to be able to do everything. Choices have to be made. You don't move Halloween. I think John's got the right attitude. You got to roll with her. That guy who half the crew is going to stay in Tecumseh and the other half's going to go to the football game. It's that easy.
Yeah. No, it is. And I mean, again, this is a great opportunity to have a conversation with your kids about sacrifices that you have to make. Like, you're not going to be able to do everything in life. And if you want to participate in high school football, you may not be able to go to the party on Thursday night because you got to play on Friday. You may not be able to trick or treat, or dad might not be there, or mom might not be there because, you've got a decision to make.
You don't get what you want all the time in life?
Yeah, you should learn that lesson earlier rather than later.
Hey, by the way, what is trick or treating like in Tecumseh?
What's the mayor think? What's going on?
Here we go. It's all on hay wagons.
It's
big city parade after, or before, actually.
Gaslit streets.
Yep.
Yeah. Oil lamps.
Once in a while, you see Amish. By the way, that caller, he sounded like young Steve Eiserman.
Did he?
Yes.
I'll have to go back on the Odyssey Rewind. We got calls. We'll take the calls. I do want to just snap a couple minutes of our time to bring up you cracking the case on this Scooble stuff. That's next, 97.1.
Hey, after a steamy summer, and we talked about this earlier in the show, be ready for that first blast of winter cold. Whenever you're going to turn the heat on, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly, but more importantly, safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because these spots fill up quickly. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and they install generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
I think Tom cracked the code on what's going on with Scooble. We're going to get that plus your phone calls on moving Halloween. Marine City, Michigan is moving Halloween because of high school football. We got some phone calls and texts on that. The latest with Tarek Scooble. John Heyman, New York Post, follow-up report. The Tigers' offer last year was 4 years and $80 million, which is way too low. Tom, what's your read?
Well, it's insulting, and I do think there was a time when the offer was probably made, and it was probably the last offer that's been made, but I think this could have been 2 years ago. And so kind of connecting the dots here, they said they were $250 million apart. So if you add $250 million to $80 million, you get $330, you get Garrett Cole's deal. You beat it. You're the highest paid pitcher in baseball. It might be up a little bit now. So I think we've reached a point of no return. I think Scott Boras is campaigning to get Tarek Scooble paid at the winter meetings. I think Tarek Scooble went to Scott Boras and said, I want this over with before we start the next season, because there's so much risk for Tarek Scooble to pitch next year without this contract and then a looming lockout. So Boras has put out for the second time in 3 weeks that the lowball offers to make the Tigers look bad and try to start creating a trade frenzy. I actually think if the Tigers stay quiet and don't get in a, back and forth PR war, that they could actually get a huge offer here.
Yeah, because I think the headline is designed to make you mad. Like, I'm looking at it going, what do you mean you haven't made this guy a serious offer? What kind of organization are you running? How out of touch are you? And we don't know when the offer was made. I happen to think it's not competitive whether it was made last year or even the year before. But to your point, maybe that's a distraction where the real story is the Boras Scooble camp is desperate. They want to get big guaranteed money done. So they're going to leak stories and apply pressure because they're leaking oil, because they're feeling the heat. Because Boras has not done well by all of his clients and, in fact, lost Cal Raleigh recently. So does this Boras maybe overextending a little bit, really putting on a little extra effort because his side is the desperate side as we get into the winter meetings? Now,
Part of my thing here is that the Tigers have not made a better offer. Right?
Yeah, which I have an issue with.
Or they just haven't made an acceptable offer.
I think you would hear the best offer. Or maybe it's still there and Boras is just like, well, I'll use that one next.
Yeah,
I'm going to use that one next. And the Tigers I don't think the Tigers can do any good here by getting into a public back and forth. But what it does is, if Boras continues to do this, he's basically saying, I'm going to get this done, whether it's with you or somebody else. And that raises Scooble's value, because if he gets extended, it's not a 1 year thing for this team that acquires him.
Right.
So now you get the Dodgers, the Mets, maybe the Red Sox, the Yankees, I think a wild card's Philly.
Yes, I think the looming lockout and the risk of an arm event in the last year, and maybe Scooble just doesn't want the distraction anymore, wants to have his long-term future locked up. You apply pressure to your agent to get this deal done. Your preference is to get the deal done. And if the Tigers aren't going to play ball, well, then you got to start trying to apply pressure in the media. I think that's an interesting way of reading into this story.
Okay, so he's the agent for Alex Bregman. There wasn't anything coming out last year until later in the game. He's pushing.
Yeah.
He's pushing. He's trying to get the Tigers to either blink.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Tigers also don't have to do anything.
I don't think they should.
And they could go into this season and say, you know what, hey, appreciate the offers and appreciate we want to negotiate the contract. We know we're not going to pay him, but we do want him to play for another year for the Detroit Tigers. We want to take a shot at the World Series. Now, we'll see what they want to do in terms of adding to the roster. We have no idea what that might or might not look like, but they could also say, hey, Tarek Scooble, for those first couple of starts, we're going to ease you into the season, 90 pitches, 95 pitches. But when it comes time for June, July, August, we're going to expect you to go 120 pitches. We're going to use your arm while we have it, and then put it on Tarek Scooble to say, I'm done at 95.
Yeah, also
make him the bad guy.
Yeah, and the Tigers can go into this and say, we want to make a mega deal, but if we don't get it, we can still keep Tarek Scooble and do just what you were saying, compete next year and change the way they approach their offseason.
I don't know if it's going to end up being the right decision, but that's what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to make some moves around Tarek Scooble this offseason. It might not be enough in my eyes or your eyes or the eyes of the fans. They will feel like it's enough. They won't want to punt the year or trade Scooble. they're going to roll the dice and he will be on the team next season, is what I think is going to happen.
They're
not
also
going to
maybe-
cave to the pressure.
They also may have their own idea of what's going to happen in 27.
Right.
Because if they believe that, hey, there might be a salary cap, now all of a sudden,
That helps
if
the
they
Tigers.
don't extend him,
Yeah.
they're in the game.
So why does the agent that wants to get his guy to free agency want to get a deal done now?
He's desperate.
Yeah. That's the connecting of the dots.
Yeah, and again, I think the easy headline is cheap, WTF, that can't be a real offer.
Which I don't believe it.
I do think that was an offer. I don't know when it was, and I don't think it's a very good offer. But I don't think it's the whole story.
Right. I agree with that.
Couple quick ticket texts. We brought up what are you going to do with high school football and Halloween same night? One community is moving Halloween, Marine City. The first 2 weeks of the MHSAA playoffs, the home team gets to dictate if the game is Friday evening or Saturday afternoon. The home cities are making these choices. Nobody cares about high school football except parents of the kids playing and boring podunk towns with nothing to do. Don't move Halloween. Keep it on the 31st.
Wow. Shots fired.
Marine City, podunk. I got to deal with that. Let's get to Heather with the news.
You guys, listen to this. The FBI prevented a potential terrorist attack in Michigan.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, over Halloween weekend, arresting multiple people involved in this alleged plot. This news comes from the FBI director, Kash Patel. He made the announcement on his X. He did not say how many people were arrested, nor did he describe the charges, but he did let us know that this has been stopped. Obviously thanked the FBI for their hard work. A spokesperson for the FBI says that there is no current threat to public safety.
Do we know where in Michigan?
No. He has released really very little.
So
He
we don't have any
said
details.
in the near future,
No.
more
There's a lot of
information will
rumors
be
and
released.
speculation, but no, we don't know.
So we don't know anything about it if it was related to Halloween. I mean, he said it happened over
Halloween weekend
Yeah.
was the target. Okay.
So more to come on that. A former Family Matters actor has been arrested here in Michigan for failing to pay nearly $75,000 in past due child support. Darius McCrary, who's best known as playing Eddie Winslow, was booked into the Oakland County Jail on Wednesday after failing to pay this back child support.
His name sounds like he was in the Key and Peele East-West Shrine game. DeQuarius, McQuarrie. There's one of them in there.
Is there?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but
Donkey
either way,
teeth.
when you read about it, it sounds like there was a warrant issued back in August of 2024 because he had missed 2 court hearings. He owed large sums of back support. He previously had felony charges related to unpaid child support stemming from 2015 to 2019. He was charged with 3 more felonies in 2024. Sounds like he only saw his son once between 2016 and 2022 during a supervised parenting visit. The mother of, obviously, his child, the attorney, describes McCrary as a source of disappointment and fear for the child.
I'm sorry, it's a serious story, but now all I'm thinking about are
Yes.
the names like Hingle
you?
McCringleberry and Jack Meritic, Stack Treritic, all the weird ones from the Key and Peele skit, John.
Yeah.
Look what you did to me.
Yeah.
Here's some more names and words to ponder. So there's a lot of words here in Michigan that are mispronounced quite a bit, but there's one word, apparently, that is most mispronounced in our state, and it's the traditional Polish pastry, the punchki.
Punchki.
Oh, yeah. Love the punchki.
Yeah, everyone loves the punchki, but
Oh,
apparently
yeah.
people don't know how to say it.
Well, it looks hard to say, but if you-
researchers looked at like the top Google searches for how do you pronounce whatever, and in Michigan it was how do you pronounce punchki, which is
Punchki
how
day.
I pronounce it. There's other words on here I'm sure I would I'm
Like what?
probably not saying right. Like, I know I say the R in the Worcestershire sauce, but it's like Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire, yeah.
Yeah, but I always
Yes.
say the R.
Worcester.
Well, I don't say it like that. I don't say it like that. Other acai.
Yeah, it's acai, right?
It is acai.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't say
They
that.
say like acai.
Acai berry.
Oh, I do that just to annoy the kids.
Dachshund, the dog breed.
Yeah, what
The Dutchin.
Well, when you look at how it's spelled, people are not saying it. And that's what it is. It's the spelling makes you think you're
Sure.
mispronouncing things.
I do that all the time just to annoy the kids.
Yes, without a doubt.
Lake Orion.
Yeah, yes.
Do people do that?
Yes.
I've never heard someone call Lake Orion Lake Orion.
Really?
Never.
That's living under
Oh.
a rock.
Yeah.
Again, you haven't not lived
Well, the
in
people
the
who
state of
live
Michigan.
here
Yeah.
should know how to say it.
Say it.
It's the most Jim is from here and lives here take.
Yeah, people
That
here say it
people don't say
correctly.
it.
Yeah, people
Yeah.
who aren't from here would mispronounce it. How about this on the Twitch? How do you say the defenseman who wore number 5 for the Red Wings? There's a mystery N that people like to add in. It's Lidstrom. But there's a lot of people, I mean, Tom, going back in the day, Lindstrom.
Yeah, oldest bit.
Yeah.
For 500.
It's, by the way, the key and peel, it's DeQuarius Green Jr.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. Buckshank. Hingle McCringleberry.
Got a few more?
Yes. Duke Marriott.
Great player.
Yeah.
Big fan of his. All right, coming up next, it's the cookie jar. A lot of Halloween-related questions. And one wild card. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of helping men across Southeast Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. Over 3 decades, he's seen thousands walk in frustrated or skeptical and walk out looking younger and feeling like themselves again. Dr. Berkowitz isn't just a pioneer in hair restoration, he's a patient as well. He's had the procedure himself, and he even performed it on his own son. That's how much he believes in his results and trusts his team. Every procedure is done by Dr. B and his full-time in-house medical team. So there's no traveling techs, no rotating staff, just precision and natural results. And he's the only physician in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, both advanced minimally invasive technologies that deliver real permanent hair. There's no plugs, no stitches, no scars, just natural growth you can run your fingers through. Now, to mark his 30-year milestone, you can go and claim the Confidence Package. It's a free consultation plus $1,000 towards your purchase when you mention 97.1 the ticket. So if you've been thinking about doing something for yourself, this is your sign. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com where your confidence grows back.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, basketball, got a little bit of baseball left, is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
While you were asleep last night, the Red Wings won in a shootout. Dramatic game out against the LA Kings.
Yeah, and if you were crazy enough to stay up and watch it all the way to the end, you thought it was over before they even got to the shootout.
It looked like the Kings won it in overtime.
Mm-hmm. Not so fast, my friend.
Teams are leaving the ice, and hold on.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to review that for goalie interference. That's not a goal.
Yep.
Play on. And Raymond scored in the shootout. Talbot had a big save in the shootout, his former team, the Kings. Casper with a pair of goals. I know they've been putting more on his plate, and he needs to step up, and he did last night.
Take it any way you can get it.
They've won 3 straight hockey games, 2 straight on the road, and they're 8-3 on Halloween. Hey, I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Are you?
Yeah, sure.
They're proving you wrong.
I hope they prove me all the way wrong and hoist the Stanley Cup. It'd be great.
All the way through March?
Sit there with my arms crossed while they're celebrating. No, I'll enjoy every second of it, man. Like, I've been waiting for this team to turn a corner, and I'm not willing to say they've turned that corner yet, but I'm going to enjoy winning hockey. I'm going to enjoy seeing them go on this road trip and hopefully win a couple more.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, if you're not getting up tomorrow morning, got another one late tonight.
Tonight's the Ducks.
Yep, Anaheim, 10 o'clock.
All right. Figure it'd be Gibson against his former team because Talbot played last night with the long night.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Right.
You know, just keep playing them.
So, what is your Halloween plan tonight?
So it's very complicated. I won't go through everything, but we are.
I need it by the minute. Could you break it down?
We're gonna go. I'm gonna take Teddy to the neighborhood that we used to live in to see some of the neighbors. They want to see Teddy. I haven't seen him in a little while. Say hi to them. We're gonna pick up some pizzas on the way home. Then tailgate, or sorry, not tailgate. We will trick or treat in our neighborhood, our new neighborhood. And then have a little party. I'm going to head over to high school football.
Okay.
So it's going to be
Is it
quick
just
and
you
furious.
that will go to the Jack's game?
Yeah, Lisa's going to stay home with Teddy because it'll be too late for him. And
What about the girls?
The girls are all probably going to go to the game as well.
Okay. I don't know if they had like a Halloween get together or anything.
No. The Halloween get together is with Dad. And-
It's at your house. It's the party.
Yes.
Well, the party's wherever John is.
Yes.
Well, he's-
John's at the
party.
game.
Wherever I go, the party just follows.
And they've got the big costume competition.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Yes.
Do you
Yeah.
have any idea what everybody else is? I mean,
I
Teddy's Batman.
do. I did some investigation. But I'm going to wait. I don't want to spoil their costumes.
No.
But I do think they are. If what I know about Jack and Ellie's costume is true, it's going to be awesome.
In theme? Or
From
Yes.
what I've heard, too.
Yeah, because they're going as a pair.
Okay.
And so Ellie negotiated. She had this idea, and she wanted Jack, and Jack was like, "No, I want the big prize." And so she said, "Well, we'll split it 50-50," and Jack said, "No." So she said, "Okay, well, we'll go 60-40." And he said, "Okay."
We need him doing the Scooble deal. This is great.
This is negotiating the house prize.
Well done. Hey, we got John in Detroit
We
waiting
got to
on.
win it first.
Yeah.
Well, who's the judge for that?
Yeah, who judges?
So I think Lisa and I will probably bow out, and it'll just be the kids.
Okay.
If we want to be involved, then we'll probably we'll FaceTime the in-laws and let them decide.
It's going to be a tie. They're not going to be able to pick grandkids.
Who's your favorite?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You think?
They'll be able to. They will determine. Yes.
John in Detroit wanted to react to something from the cookie jar. John, what's up? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Hey, but I want to say go Blue Jays first. But anyways, this is directed probably to John more than anybody. I traveled a lot before I retired, and I stayed at a lot of hotels on a hotel row wherever I went. And every now and then, DoorDash would drop off a dinner, a couple doors down, and I'd go to my meeting, and I'd come back, an hour, 2 hours later, and the meal's still there. And I want to ask you guys, would you take that meal?
If it's at somebody else's door,
No.
oh, that's highway robbery.
But it's been sitting there 2 hours. I mean,
Never.
It's not yours. It's not your door.
I would never eat anything that was not made for me that
Yeah.
I didn't order. What if there's something in there? I'm worried I'm being poisoned to death or
the
something.
one thing, John, that you're bringing up here is it wasn't left at your door for 2 to 4 hours. It was left at someone else's door, and now you're swiping it. If it's unclaimed, you're claiming it.
well, I'm just asking, what would you guys do?
Okay.
I've done it
All right.
once.
Well, I think I know what cookies would do.
Is it a pizza? It's a weakness of mine.
No way.
You're taking it, aren't you?
What if that was a meal left for the person and it was like a murder meal? Like, I poisoned it. It's for you. I hope you eat it. And then that person didn't eat it, so they didn't
Yeah.
die.
You take
and
a
then
bite
you
of it,
take
and all of a sudden,
you're poisoned.
I can't breathe. His throat's closing up. This is it.
All because you stole the meal.
Yeah. Well, then you get what you deserve.
You know, at that point, I would deserve it.
Yes.
Heather, what are you guys doing for Halloween tonight?
Murder meal. We are gonna have a little party at our house too. Not quite like yours, but get the kids ready to go. Get them in their costume, their makeup. We're gonna go trick or treating with all of our friends from the neighborhood. We're gonna come back and have pizza, party with grandma. It's gonna be fun. Go through our candy, sort the candy. That's like part of the fun of trick or treating, right? Is dumping it all out on the living room floor and then you sorting it.
Well, she has a lot to choose from because Emily doesn't like any candy.
Apparently,
just take the whole bag.
she's going to try more, hopefully, and hopefully she'll get some gummies that she likes. You know, she likes the Swedish fish.
Sounds like Stoney's trick-or-treating with her.
Well, and then I guess I'll have the rest. So,
Gator, any plans this evening?
Not that I can think of.
No? The light will be on at the Gator house, though, and you'll be handing out candy?
Yeah. No, that's not a problem. I meant to pick some up yesterday. I did not, so on the way home I will stop and pick up some candy that I don't want so I can give it away.
Even with your reputation of hating kids, you're going to hand out candy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, he doesn't actually have to see them because they'll all come in costume.
That's an excellent
Disguised.
point.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of dwarves out there. It's okay.
Yep. A bunch of dwarves out there. There's more than 7 of them.
Right. They're all dressed as superhero. No, I really do fight back on the I hate kids thing. I don't hate
I know,
kids.
just giving you a hard
enjoy
time.
kids.
That's all right. Jim does too. So I know what it feels like to do a show with someone that hates kids.
And Gator, I can relate to you because they like to pin this stuff on me. Funny enough, we got a few friends coming over tonight. They live in apartments, so they want to see the trick or treating.
Sure,
they think it's cool that the kids are going to stop by and pick up the candy.
Your friends do, just not you guys. You're going to bring.
Well,
you're going to
we like
import
it too.
those that like kids.
No, we like it too. It's
So you
great.
can
You
play
don't have
along.
any of the responsibilities of having kids, but you get the fun, the little joyful moment when they come up with the costume.
Yeah, and I do enjoy to see I like seeing the costumes,
Yeah.
see what they're all going as.
hopefully you can see them and they're not all covered with coats.
Well, they're going to be all bundled up
Yeah.
tonight, which kind of sucks. And I remember being a kid and how much that sucked when you had to wear.
I
Like
do
you don't
too.
want to wear the coat.
that
You're
cold.
fine. Like no, throw the jacket on, and I'm fine.
Just run to the next house. You'll be fine.
Yeah, but my neighborhood is not. I don't think it's the greatest for trick or treating.
Houses are spread out.
They're spread out a little bit. Where I lived before, it would have been a trick or treater's dream, absolute dream.
Yeah.
You go up two blocks and you're done. I mean, you just be chock full of it. But it takes a little bit more of an effort. So it's very random how many people show up.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get 10 or 5. Sometimes I get 100. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I got to prepare for it, which sucks that you got to prepare for it because then I end up with 2 full bags of.
Bring it in here.
Yeah, I will.
Well,
now that I
yeah.
know that there's some Almond Joy fans in the house,
Let's go.
some Mounds
Yeah,
fans.
some mounds. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You like mounds?
Yeah. I got Enjoy and out.
I think we just became best friends.
No, there's no way.
We found common ground.
Never common
We
ground.
found
Venn
common
diagram,
ground.
the Venn
You guys-
diagram
Yeah.
is a crossover.
You guys have Michigan football together. That's common ground
We
enough.
do, yes.
I mean, what
yes.
divides you is meat.
There's a lot more than meat. But
Yeah, there's
Yeah, there might be a lot more than meat.
common
Yes.
ground is pretty strong.
Yes.
Yeah. But,
What is the Halloween show of Carson Anderson going to
we have
entail?
a couple Halloween things, but a lot of football, man. John Morton and Kelvin Shepard, the coordinator, spoke yesterday, and we'll bring you the best of what they had to say, including like some play calling stuff. And Shep's always interesting to listen to. We got our picks at 138, the If I Bet It segment. Somebody went 5-1 last week. Wasn't me.
Gator.
Yeah, I needed it.
He
I
kind of
needed it.
did.
Yeah, I
but
need one of
we've
those
been
weeks
warning about a
bad.
bounce back. And the Birch Kid, Lions Insider, 1245.
I imagine a full breakdown of the Central Western game at some point
It's
today.
coming up, okay? And your boys are getting called out.
My
Sort-
chips.
Not sort
Yeah,
of.
that's right.
Sort of. We'll explain.
All
but
right.
it is, we will talk about it.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
That information we just discovered about John Jansen is it's a sports tragedy, is what it is. And
yeah, Two Cuts had it in the update there.
Yeah, the idea. Well, Jansen, I missed the morning show, so maybe it was a big topic, but the idea that tomorrow is a night game for Michigan, which embrace the night game. Think of all the positives. One of them is, as John pointed out, I get to watch College Game Day. I get to wake up and watch College Game Day. Well, guess what? He has YouTube TV. And, this morning, I wasn't aware of this because we're not YouTube TV subscribers. Olis just moved into his new place in Chicago. He was going to get YouTube TV. I don't know if he is now. ESPN and all Disney products not available on YouTube TV right before a football weekend. So that's much of the college schedule tomorrow. And it is not Michigan and Michigan State because the Big Ten's in bed with Fox, CBS, and NBC, and BTN is a Fox product. So if you are a Michigan or Michigan State fan, this won't impact you. But certainly Monday Night Football.
So I'm not savvy with this stuff like you kids are.
Yep.
Isn't it easily solvable if you have the ESPN, Disney, Hulu package or whatever? If you have that, can't you just stream it to your TV?
I think you have to pay for it. I think there's some ESPN 3 and ESPN Plus content that I get, but I don't get it all.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, which is surprising to me, but I know they had a bit of a changement, as one of our colleagues said.
And I was going to say the other thing is the smart TVs have those apps built into them, and if you have them, then you're golden.
Yeah, there might be workarounds out there. I'm not familiar with them, but for John, he's like, first day in a while that, there are other night games, but he's got a chance, kid schedule and all that, to watch College Game Day tomorrow, and no, sir. No, sir. I feel for the man. But, hey, man, it feels like it basically is once every 6 months we're doing this as a topic because some subscriber somewhere or some cable carrier somewhere or some streamer somewhere loses a contract, expires, and it sucks. It absolutely sucks. And I think, in theory at the beginning, and this is my prediction of where we're headed to, is that streaming was a cheaper alternative. And a lot of people went there. And I think we're just basically moving to streaming being the same. Streaming is going to cost the same as cable. And probably for some people it already does. Wait, I don't have that? Well, I need to subscribe to this. I need Peacock. I need Hulu. I need the ESPN app. I need the Fox Sports app. And you start
This is how it works.
Yeah.
Because everybody has to get you initially by lowering the price significantly. And like, oh, what a deal. I'm getting this deal. So everybody does that. And then they realize, wait a minute. Now that we've got them all hooked in there, we're gonna slow play them to get them to pay us more each year. And then after several years, now they're like, you know what? Let's just go for the big one, bite, because we have to renew our contract, and maybe we won't.
Well, and I'm going to spare this moment because I know what invariably we're going to get here. No, some of us don't want to jailbreak it.
Right. The Fire Stick jailbreak.
I get that.
Don't tell me it's not illegal.
Yeah, I get that you are, you've got it set up so you're not paying a cent. Some of us aren't comfortable with doing that. Now I will, hope it never happens to you. For some reason, I am wired that any temptation to quote unquote jailbreak it and get it for free, I am fully convinced that I'll go, okay, I'll do it. And I'll go to the dark web and buy whatever I need to get, and I'll plug it into my TV, and the next day they'll announce that the FBI has found a way to crack the code, and everybody who's jailbreaking everything is subject to penalties and fines. And I'm going to end up in prison just because I wanted to watch Navy in North Texas.
Yeah, and then we're going to have to start calling you Napster, and that's no good. No, I get it. I understand.
Oh, Napster. Napster. I didn't know what a virus was.
And nobody
until I got Napster back in the day.
Trojan.
Yeah.
Huh? What is this?
Why suddenly is my computer all bogged down?
Why is it called the Trojan horse?
So.
Oh.
Big weekend ahead. Hopefully they get this thing sorted out and some of you can take it all in because it's a fun weekend. You got Halloween. You got the clocks getting turned back Saturday night. We get the extra hour of sleep. You got World Series Game 6 tonight. Toronto can end the evil empire of the Dodgers, finish them off. College football tomorrow. Michigan State and Minnesota. Purdue is in Ann Arbor to take on the Wolverines. You got the Lions of Minnesota on Sunday. Gator, the high school football playoff start, which is always an exciting time. Just to explain, because Gator played high school football. At the end of the season, Scott, the best teams go into a bracket and play for a state champion.
I see what you did there. You made fun of the fact that my high school team was horrible my senior year. Yeah,
Your senior year?
Well, yeah, our varsity team my senior year was horrible. The JV team that I played on, we were horrible. The freshman team that I played on, we were horrible. And the middle school team that I was on, that we won their first 3 games, we had to forfeit those because we had some ineligible players because they forged their parents' signature on the physical forms.
Mm-hmm.
So
technically,
it was a little struggle.
So technically, I did not play high school football, and you and I have the same amount of wins.
Yes, but I played.
Yes, you did. And for that, I have much respect for you. And you know what you have? You got stories, man.
Right. I do have stories. But I was a state champion in swimming.
That's right.
Even though
So there, you didn't play.
No, I swam. I just did not swim in a state championship meet. I swam on the team. And
hey, dude, you got a ring just like everybody else.
Ring? We got rings?
You didn't get rings? No, you didn't get championship rings?
No.
Oh, sorry.
I think we got a plaque.
You got a plaque.
I got a plaque.
Is your name on the plaque?
I think it is. I think they went individual names on the plaques.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Anyway, high school football playoffs start tonight. You got the NFL trade deadline coming up on Tuesday. Things are afoot, including we got a prediction from our guy Kang at 10:30. He said today, Lions can add this one player who shouldn't cost much, and he thinks fans will be thinking Super Bowl.
Oh,
for one player, one
player.
attainable player,
one guy,
access to this one player. We'll get to that today at 10:30. You got college puck, Michigan and Notre Dame, Western Michigan at St. Cloud State. Spartans have the weekend off. Pistons are in Mexico City. Mexico City for the Pistons.
Oh, so it's not LCA tomorrow night.
And the Lions were home this week
That's
as
right.
well.
Thank you. Not a bad week.
Yeah.
Not a bad week.
That actually worked. You recovered from that pretty well. I'll give you credit.
Well, it's about to get worse.
What's about to? Oh, yeah. Gator accidentally, look, this happens, okay? You accidentally asked, well, you didn't accidentally, you very intentionally asked Jared Goff what's it like to play at Minnesota, which, with the windows and the sun coming in, which is, it's a question. It's a question. Probably not relevant for the week that the Minnesota Vikings are in Detroit.
Maybe not.
Yep. I don't know if that was your biggest mistake this week or what happened last night. We will get to that today. That's right. You might have done something worse. We'll get to that today at 10:17 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Okay, so we're a little make it audible. Kill. See what I did there?
I see what you did there, but
yeah.
I think really that's just going with the original play. That's calling it audible, isn't it?
Isn't kill? We're getting rid of the original play. We're doing
Is that
something.
it?
Different.
I don't know.
I think kill is we're changing out of the original play.
We're just going to run it.
Well, we're not going to run it. No, we're not going to run it because of some technical
No, that's
issues.
what the Lions do. Typically, after the kill, it's
Means they're going to run it. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, we're gonna
the
have
games
to
I watch. It's exactly what happens
after every kill.
After every one of them, the games I watch.
Yeah.
No, it's not true.
You watch them all.
Thanks. No, it does seem like they run it a lot after they say kill.
Okay, well, we're going to have to audible because of some technical issues and move. I said at 10:31 we get to the player. Kang has a theory. The Lions could add this one player who shouldn't cost much, and the fans will be thinking Super Bowl. Now, let's keep in mind that last night the Ravens smoked the Dolphins, and it might push Miami one step closer to sell, which has Kang with his theory. And Kang, your theory is what?
All right, so obviously the trade deadline's coming up. We're all thinking, how can we improve the Lions? So I was thinking about this, and I know there's a few areas of need the Lions could use some depth and help at. We talk about it, secondary, obviously, with the Legion of Whom having to play the last game they played. Offensive line with Taylor Decker being hurt all year. Manu's hurt. They lost Jones at the beginning of the year, and Skipper, they had to pull off the practice squad. But defensive end obviously has always been a thing with the fan base here. And I get it, because rotationally, you pretty much only have like 2 or 3 guys that are just edge rushers, right? Otherwise, they've been using Derek Barnes, blitzing Anzalone or Campbell, moving guys inside and outside. But as far as Hutch and Mohammed, they had to start, they had to play Wheat last week, right? Or 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking around the league as far as defensive end, other than Trey Hendrickson, because I don't think the Lions are going to go after Trey Hendrickson, and he's hurt right now. I think an obtainable player, if the Lions got, fans would be thinking, oh, this is Super Bowl. This is a Super Bowl roster, is linebacker / defensive end Jalen Phillips from the Miami Dolphins. And this is not a new name necessarily or anything like that, but they played last night, and they lost again, and they look terrible. The Dolphins are going to have to trade some players here. Jalen Phillips only has 3 sacks this year.
Had one last night.
Yeah, but if you look at his overall pass rusher rating and just what he's done, he's actually been pretty good.
First couple of years, he was really good,
yeah.
And then I think he's been hurt.
He's tailed
lately,
off,
yeah.
yes. He's got injured and all that. But he's only 26 years old. So this isn't bringing in an old Zadarius Smith who's going to play the rest of the season and retire in the middle of the next season. Jalen Phillips is still going to play football after this year. He's going to be gone if they don't trade him. They don't want to lose him for anything. I think Jalen Phillips is going to get moved. Whether it's to the Lions or not, I'm not sure. I hope it is the Lions. So that's kind of twofold. If the Lions get him, they prevent teams like maybe the Niners or the Bears or the Eagles who are sniffing around for defensive end as well. It's kind of like a 2-for-1. Do the Lions have the draft capital, Doug? They don't have a 3rd-round pick this year, unfortunately. They could get a comp pick, though, if they lose maybe Kelvin Shepard to another team or whatever. They do have a comp pick in the 7th round, I believe, but maybe he goes for a 4th-round pick, like Zadarius Smith, or 5th round. So things have to work here, but I think Jalen Phillips is a name to keep an eye on, and if they do get him, 26 years old, like I said, very good pass rusher when healthy. I think he pairs with Hutchinson very well.
So a couple things about this. One is, again, last night's result certainly helps the possibility of him getting released. 2 is he did have that they would let go. 2 is he did have a sack last night. He also, on one of the big gainers, had Lamar Jackson in his hands and let him escape, and he completed a pass to a tight end for like 40 yards, which has people in Miami. I saw a post last night about Jalen Phillips having warning track power as a edge rusher, which I thought was a funny way to put it. But here's the thing about a move like this is it shouldn't cost that much. He is a rental, and he's not an elite edge rusher, but he's a good one. And has been good in his career. Has he slowed down a little bit? Yeah. What we don't know about him is whether or not, and I'm going to guess that the Lions have a book on virtually everybody that's come out the last few years. When he was coming out of Miami, did they, get into the head of Jalen Phillips, the work ethic? What was their scouting report when he came out in the draft back in 2021? Did they have a good sense for would he fit with the way that things work here? Because what's funny is yesterday I was listening to Kelvin Shepard, the defensive coordinator. And he was talking about a few things, and one of them was at some point he was asked about, the talent on defense, and he said, the superstars, he goes, I don't like calling any of our guys superstars because it comes with a bit of a stigma. A superstar is, we don't want anyone, nobody comes across as a diva. Nobody comes across as I'm better than anybody. He said Hutch just signed his contract and he's down there in the meeting with his notebook out working the way he always does. None of our guys act like superstars. They all act like guys who are hungry. And I go back to their vetting process. This is an organization that's put a ton of time and effort into vetting, right? And because of the vetting, they don't take on very many problem children, or they don't take on somebody that might be distracted by anything other than football. They have like football junkies in that building, and it's what they believe in. Now, you can build an entire roster of those, and sometimes you need some guys that maybe don't fit that mold, but their skill set could help. So maybe Jalen Phillips doesn't have to be that football junkie. And I'm not saying he isn't. I'm just saying this is one of the variables that we don't know anything about. They might have vetted Jalen Phillips out of Miami a couple of years ago and said, maybe not. And that's fine. I sort of trust their instincts with this one, but he should be attainable. And Albert Breer reported that the Lions, again today, like latest reporting is what we're always trying to do at the trade deadline, said the Lions are one of the teams calling about edge rushers. Now, that could be as simple as calling the Bengals every day just to keep tabs on Trey Hendrickson, which is what I would do. I would say, please, I'm going to apologize ahead of time. I'm going to call you every day to make sure nothing has changed. Send you an email, a text. Hey, buddy, just, hey, is there anything that's changed with Trey Hendrickson? Because you don't want to miss out. You want to have the line on what's going on in case he is one of those trade deadline, dumps that nobody can see coming. Not nobody can see coming, but you can't believe how little it cost.
I don't think I would call every day, but I certainly would have called recently, like in the last couple of days, to let the GM of Cincinnati know we're interested if you are. I understand. I respect that you're not right now, but if the time comes and you are, okay, because I don't want to bother you every day. What I am going to do, regardless of what happens Sunday with your game against the Bears, I'm going to call you after the game and see where you're at, because I don't want you to forget me. But I think, there may just give it a little bit of breathing room. But I think, the Phillips one, that's a name I brought up a while ago, and I would think that that's somebody who matches up nicely. But again, I don't know really anything about Jalen Phillips in terms of what they thought of him coming out of college or anything like that. So, yeah, that's important. Is he a good fit or not? But he is a free agent. Miami did say recently that they're not going to trade, but then they lost last night, and they lost badly, and it was to a team in their own division. Mm-hmm. So all these stars are going to line up, and I think they're going to have to move some players. The right tackle, Larry Borum, is a free agent after this year. Is that somebody that is obtainable?
Yeah, I mean, it might be.
So, because that's the other position. I mean, there are three positions I think you're looking at: corner, defensive end or edge rusher, and offensive lineman. So, I think that's what you got to look at if you're Brad Holmes, and that maybe the easiest way to go is, okay, the rental group. Here's a group of rental players we have, and I'm sure they've got a whiteboard somewhere in the building or a database somewhere that says, here are the players that are free agents at the end of the year. These are rental guys and guys that can help us.
Well, as you take a look at this thing, I'm surprised, Kang, that you believe that fans will start thinking Super Bowl if they get them. Because I think fans will only start thinking some fans will only start thinking Super Bowl if they walk out of the trade deadline with Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I understand it's not the big splash name, Trey Henderson, Myles Garrett, that type of player. But I feel like more fans have realized that's not going to happen now, and this is the closest thing. No one believes in Marcus Davenport as far as from the fan base. They just don't. I mean, I think people even stopped asking about him 3 weeks ago, right? And we got an update, I think, from Campbell last presser. But I think they really still want someone to pair with Hutch, of course, and I think he's obtainable. That's kind of like the biggest word for me in this whole thing is who's obtainable. I don't think Hendrickson's obtainable. I just don't. I think the Bengals are going to ride this thing till the end and try to get Joe Burrow back and win that division or get close to the division and get in the playoffs somehow. I think Jalen Phillips, obviously the Dolphins are not getting in. They're going to have to move this guy.
I tell you what, Miami is like one-stop shopping if you wanted to. And not only do they have the edge rusher that could help out in Jalen Phillips or the offensive lineman that I mentioned, Larry Borum, but here's a guy that is on their roster that played for the Lions, and he's a free agent at the end of the year.
So I just looked down at YouTube. Chris96 writes, Trey Hendrickson would only cost a second-round pick, and after this Sunday is only owed $8 million. Not trading for him at this point is ridiculous. He would make us favorites to win the Super Bowl.
I had one more name to throw.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Big build-up to this.
Okay, go ahead.
Ifeatu Melifonwu.
Really?
Is a free agent after this season.
Bring him back?
Is that somebody they bring back? He's a safety, but he had the ability to play corner.
Yeah, they have familiarity.
And there's familiarity. Yep. So, like I said, Miami has like one-stop shopping abilities, but I doubt that the team's going to deal 3 players to win one deal. But nonetheless, maybe a combo.
My apologies for cutting you off. I do want to take your thoughts, get your thoughts on Chris96 and what he has to say there. So we'll get to that coming up in a minute. It is Karsch and Anderson. We got open lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1. Hey, a couple things here, programming notes. Later, we're going to do a email bag for Michigan and Michigan State. If you have any Spartan or Wolverine questions, get them over. Gator will handle most of the Spartan questions. I will handle most of the Wolverine questions. Text us at 248-539-9797. Kang will sift through them, and the best ones we will read on the air. So 248-539-9797 going into another weekend of college football. Gator, first of all, Kang thanks Jalen Phillips, the additional Jalen Phillips. If the Lions can go get the edge rusher, the outside linebacker edge from Miami, then people will be talking Super Bowl here. He thinks that's the attainable trade deadline move that they can make that really, really bumps them up. I don't know if it does it to fans' satisfaction. That's why I read the text from one of the people on YouTube. Gator thinks it's a one-stop shopping with not only the edge rusher, but a tackle and a defensive back of familiar name, Fatu Melifonwu. If the Lions wanted to do more with Miami, they could. But that brings us to the first, this text we get from Chris96. And I love Chris's conviction. I can't believe that he thinks it's this obvious. He writes, Trey Hendrickson would only cost a second-round pick, and after this Sunday is only owed $8 million. Not trading for him at this point is ridiculous. He'd make us favorite to win the Super Bowl. They already are one of the teams to beat. I think they're still favored to win the NFC. Addition to Hendrickson makes them way better. If the Lions can get him for a second-round pick, that means the highest offer they got is probably a third-round pick. Because if Cincinnati's giving him to Detroit, that means that Cincinnati knows that they're handing Detroit a piece that might make him the 32nd pick of the second round. So essentially, Chris thinks that nobody else will offer more than a second-round pick. If anybody else offers a second-round pick for Trey Hendrickson, they're going to take the other team's offer. Now, Trey, if he has some say about it, he may say, I don't want to go anywhere unless they're signing me long-term, in which case Detroit isn't in play. They're just, it's extraordinarily unlikely that Detroit would be in play.
Yeah, I don't know how he would have any say in this. Last year of his contract, and it's been a cantankerous one. They were able to negotiate a way to give him some more money for this year. They paid him a pretty good sum, but nonetheless, his deal's done. So he's going to go where he's going to go. How do I feel about that texter? Thinking that it's only going to be a second-round pick? Mm-hmm. I think that's short-sighted or being somewhat naive, because there would be such high demand for a player like Trey Hendrickson from a bunch of teams. There would be at least a handful of teams that would want to add an edge rusher. So that creates the bidding war. And I don't think somebody like Washington goes into it saying, we'll give you a fifth-round pick and you work up from there. I mean, if let's say they were to try to lowball it and go with a third-round pick, okay, easy enough. The next team is yeah, I got second-round pick. And then now you've got multiple teams saying second-round pick. And then you end up, if you're Cincinnati, and you say, okay, best and final offer. I need it by, 3:00 on Monday afternoon. And someone throws in a first-round pick. I'd be surprised if he went for anything less than a first-round pick, because the teams that would be offering that first-round pick are teams that are going to be picking at the end of the first round.
Yep.
So you got to keep that in mind of what the pool of teams available to get him consists of.
I want to just offer up one variable that should be taken under consideration, because the goal isn't to excite the fan base on Tuesday. Goal is to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
Trey Hendrickson's got an injury that slowed him down this year. You don't want to get a trade for the shell of Trey Hendrickson. You want to trade for full-octane Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to play him anytime soon. I'm getting Trey Hendrickson because I want to win the Super Bowl, right? So It means I need him down the stretch.
Yeah,
Does it mean I need him for game 9 on the season to start next week for the Lions if the Lions were to acquire him? I don't need him then. If he's not ready to go, treat him like you would Taylor Decker. You just, when you're ready to go, you're ready to go. We know you're going to be ready to go at some point, but we acquired you to add to our team. Not to be our team, but to add you to our team. So we'll bring you in when you're ready to go.
Well, he re-aggravated the injury this past weekend, and it's a hip. And, you got to be careful that you're not trading for damaged goods. The Bengals stunningly said they believe it's not significant. But
Well, they also say they're not going to trade him.
Yes. Yep. But I think you just need to be a little bit cautious.
Oh, absolutely. You have to, and trades get nixed all the time because of medicals. So, yeah, you got to do your due diligence on this.
And Dr. David Chow,
yes,
the injury guy online. Trey Hendrickson attempted to play through his hip injury, but ended up aggravating it and leaving the game early. When a player returns too soon and can't finish, it usually means a longer recovery ahead. See if he plays this week. 248-539-9797. Tom in Oxford, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Tom?
Hey guys, how you doing today? So here's my take. If I'm the Lions, I think our pass rush is pretty good. I'd rather see him get like a middle of the road pass rusher and a higher end cornerback to help with the depleted defensive backs. As far as Trey Hendrickson, we just got to remember Dallas has got 2 first-round picks and is looking for a full-time pass rusher beyond this year. That Dallas would probably offer them one of those first-round picks plus a long-term contract, and that's something we can't compete with.
Nope. I mean, look, there's a market, right? And the market is now. Does Dallas want a 31-year-old pass rusher? Isn't he 31? 31? Is he 31, 32?
Something like that.
Yeah. I'm not sure Dallas wants that, given where they are. I mean, Jerry probably does. He likes collecting toys.
Well, Jerry also wants to win right now. So, you can see that. What they need is defense. Their offense is pretty good. They need defense.
He turns 31 in a month, by the way. So, yeah, I mean, look, the Lions have assets and future draft picks. They don't want to cut into the players that are helping them now. They obviously have a ton of young players that be coveted by a lot of teams, but they're not going to trade any of those guys. So,
I don't think the part where would Dallas want to sign to a long-term contract, I don't think that matters as much. And I think what matters is what the compensation is. Now, if that is the impetus for Dallas to offer more because they're going to sign him to that deal, then I get you, and that's what's going to end up trumping what the Lions would offer.
Yep. 248-539-9797. If you want to continue this direction, talking trade deadline stuff again, Albert Breer saying that the Lions continue to be one of the teams that is calling about edge rushers. I think they're keeping tabs on Trey, and I think they're making sure that the market, they want to know that they have a full sense of what the market looks like, as they should, just to make sure that they can't get somebody who helps them there. Because it's not a crisis. This is a team that's top 10 in pressure rate, top 10 in sacks, and only getting healthier. So we'll see how serious they are about that. In the meantime, I want to upgrade at the offensive tackle, backup offensive tackle spot. Wouldn't hate a veteran quarterback. Shh, don't tell anybody. And somebody in the secondary to help out. But Legion of Whom probably made them feel a little bit better. You don't want to be intoxicated by their success 2 weeks ago against Tampa. Meanwhile, there's a game against Minnesota that we will get into a little bit later on. We'll hear from the coordinators. Straight ahead, Gators' big mistake last night.
All right.
10:46 for that here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Twin Peaks, it's a holiday weekend. It's Halloween. They can't wait to host you for their Halloween costume party today. You heard right, your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed up to impress in their finest costumes, and they can't wait to show their costumes off. Who needs candy when you can take advantage of awesome drink specials like $4 shots of Fireball or Screwball? If you can't make it tonight, they got an action-packed weekend ahead for you. Both the local college teams in action as well. The Kings of the North back in action on Sunday. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? That's a no-brainer. Twin Peaks is the best place to catch a game, period. They do something that I love, and that's they pump in the volume for the big games. You'll never miss a game with 50-plus high-definition TVs with capabilities of showing up to 8 games at once. TVs are everywhere. They're coming at you from every direction. Isn't a bad seat in the house. You pair all that with a scratch kitchen, including my personal favorite, the Chipotle chicken. But they got the house-smoked ribs and wings, the hand-cut and breaded order, boneless wings and tendies, hand-smashed burgers and seared burgers as well. Pair that with a 29-degree draft beer, bucket specials, rounds of shots, Bloody Marys, and the vibe is high. What brings it all together? The beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Come catch the greatest game day atmosphere outside of being at the actual game. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.